How are we all? Thank you, Rick Sai, for the $6. Much appreciated. I seem to be having a slight rebound of whatever this is. Hopefully not more COVID. But it's wrecking my temperature gauging, I suppose. So, hence the return of the cardigan in the middle of August. This is, would you say this is burgundy or plum? Burgundy. Oh, why am I hearing myself? Why? Oh, it's on my phone. Oh, that's weird. Why is that running there? Oh. Anyways. It's whatever you want it to be, I suppose. No, this is a stream series. Still in the middle of essay production. But we'll have some stuff soon. We'll actually be joined by Brooks tonight in a little bit. I've done that before already, serious. It's just a vastly inferior version. Vastly inferior. Let's get this stuff ready. I feel like I'm lower on my camera than normal. I don't know if it's just because I've been away for a while, but it feels wrong. Okay. We got a little bit of time until we actually cover the thing we're here to cover today, so I think we might do something loosely related in advance, which I've been curious about covering for a bit. Not because it's particularly important, but because it concerns somebody that we're probably going to be talking with along similar lines in the near future. And it's one of the people who's talking to... oh shoot, hang on. I need to get the name right and not screw it up constantly. Sohrab Ahmari. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Sohrab Ahmari. Sohrab Ahmari. So in about half an hour, we're going to be going over Shoe on Head and Eudaimunia's talk with them. I'm actually reading the book right now, Tyranny Inc. It's good. I wasn't able to get a hard copy, so I'm reading it on my tablet, unfortunately. Or not my tablet, on my Kindle. I have thoughts about it. I'm about 10% of the way through. It's actually pretty solid, minus a couple funny lines that I can kind of forgive. I have a feeling Brooks is going to be a lot harsher than I am, so I'm probably going to end up being the good cop tonight. Can you pass me the AC there? Thank you so much. This is going to be a terrible night temperature-wise. You'll just have to forbear this for now. We'll turn it off once the topic proper begins. What's Brooks joining for? He's also reading Tyranny Inc. And he has thoughts too, so it's good. It'll give my throat a break. But in the meantime, since we have some time to kill, this is Eudaimonia on how he escaped atheism. I'm actually kind of curious about this one. I've been talking to Eudaimonia a little bit off stream. I haven't actually talked to him on stream yet, I don't think. Actually, no, it's not true. I think I talked to him briefly with Shu a little while ago. But we have contrary developmental paths, apparently. So I moved from a more religious space into a more agnostic, not atheistic per se, sort of a de facto atheistic space in a lot of ways. Whereas Eudaimonia apparently has a more secular background, and he went in the opposite direction. And now he's a post-liberal Catholic. So, this should be interesting. I haven't actually seen this yet. He's wanted apparently to discuss my Why I Left the Right video for a little while as well. So anyways, we're going to go over this while we're waiting for Brooks. It's less about harshness and more about why it's a crappy book. That sounds pretty harsh to me, Brooks. I'd say for what it is, it's actually pretty good, but we'll argue about that later. You also know more than me, so I'll have to defer on principle at the end of the day. Not forever, though. I'll catch up eventually. Beware. And you know what? I don't really feel like playing Dredge tonight. I feel like that's thematically just not it. I'm going to pop in Disco Elysium. Am I going to play much of it? Probably not. But I think it'll look better in the background. Hey Connor, how you doing? Is the Kindle good? Can you read it on a bright sunny day? I don't read on bright sunny days outdoors. But I've had an okay time of it so far. Although the place I typically walk is a path that's fairly well shaded, even in the summer, so it's not crappy in the stupid book way, but crappy in the doesn't get at the point way. I can kind of agree with that, but I think it also doesn't really need to, necessarily, not to that extent. If that makes any sense. We'll get to it later. I also haven't gotten as far into the book as Brooks has, so. Alright, we need to turn the music off. In fact, we should just turn all of the volume off. What am I doing? Yeah, we'll do that. So we'll leave the music on, because I'm going to play this later. I actually want to get through Disco Elysium at some point. I think we're probably going to do that for a... we're doing Signalis for the next Left Trigger podcast episode with Zanzi and Demon Mama. But I would like to do this one at some point. I think we're doing Signalis, and then we're doing Bioshock in that order. And then I can't remember what's afterwards. It might be Pathologic 2. But we'll see. Anyways. Without further ado, let's get into this. In fact, actually, I'm going to pop this on this screen. So we'll close that. We'll put that there. There we go. Okay. Then I think we want to... Beautiful. No? What's going on here? Come on. Format directly, damn you. There we go. That'll do. Nope. It keeps chasing the side of it. That's so weird. That's close enough. Whatever. Nah. No. No, we're not doing that. That's dumb. We'll put it back here. Alright. Sorry about that. Without further ado. Eudaimonia, How He Escaped Atheism. I don't know why I care about the volume. I just realized he uses copyrighted music on all of his videos anyways, so it's already going to get copyrighted strike. Guys, I'm getting no money for the ad revenue for this stream. Donate if you want to support the channel. Shortening my lifespan for this. Okay, here we go. How I Escaped Atheism by Eudaimonia. Hear that? That's the sound of me not being able to pay the bills. Thanks, Eudaimonia.
So you mentioned that you converted to Catholicism. Were you an atheist before?
Functionally. You know, I was philosophically sort of literate enough to never say I was really an atheist. I tell people I was atheist because functionally I was, but philosophically I would have said agnostic. And I was pretty hostile to religion, even though I wasn't an atheist. I was sort of cringe in that regard.
Well, dogma's a turnoff.
Was.
Well, and then I embraced my own dogma.
Yeah.
And I got to Notre Dame. When I applied to college, it was the most dispassionate thing you could think of. I put the ACT on one axis of a graph and my GPA on another axis, and I made a circle. I said, all right, here are the schools in that range. And Notre Dame was one of them. And I got into Notre Dame, and it was the highest ranked school I got into. And I was like, okay, let's go there. And I didn't visit Notre Dame before, except as a kid, I'd go to football games there sometimes. But I never visited for the purposes of a college visit to attend. And so I got there, and oh man, I hated it.
Did you have to go to mass like every day or anything? Do they have
no, you don't have to go to mass. But you live in a dorm, a single-sex dorm, right? And
gay
already sucks.
Girls leave at midnight on weekdays.
Well,
they leave at 2 a.m. on weekends. So there's 1 to 3 priests who live in every dorm. There's a chapel in every dorm. There's religious iconography everywhere. Which
thank you, Rick.
I guess what I was thinking it was going to be was more like a Georgetown or a Boston College, where the Catholicism was a sort of vestige, right? We're historically Catholic, but we don't really own that anymore, because at the time that's what I wanted. And I applied to transfer. Notre Dame has a 99% retention rate, but I was going to be the 1%, you know, because
Just because you didn't like seeing a crucifix on every wall.
I was that guy, man, and they'd all come back from mass because mass was in the dorms on Sundays. You could just go right down the hall, which is great in hindsight. And I started to go by the end of it all. But I remember, and I would give them so much grief, like jokingly, because they were my friends. But they were like, I was that guy, and so I got to the point where I started to take, you know, I majored in philosophy and political science, and so that's when I read, you know, big man Aristotle. I read Plato. And I began to sort of think of these things as interesting philosophical sort of experiments, thought experiments, but not much more than that. The concept of, well, maybe there is such a thing as a good life, an objectively good life, a way to be virtuous.
I've talked about this before. One of the issues that I have with the way a lot of political science is structured, and I guess not so much philosophy as I've seen it taught, but from what I've heard of it elsewhere at other universities. Well, there's a lot of merit to the chronological approach where you go in order and you go from Plato, Aristotle, and maybe pre-Socratics at some point, typically like little selections as kind of an introduction to just the Greeks as a category. One of the problems is that the fall-off point is well before the midpoint of Augustine, so you don't actually, you may be able to get through an entire political science degree or an entire philosophy degree or an entire one of several department degrees, where the only philosophy that you've actually had occasion to take seriously is going to be the really old stuff, and you're not going to be reading it through the lens of their modern interpreters, which is really what you're getting when you're reading them in translation. Maybe it's a different story for people who read them in the original Greek, although there's other problems associated with stopping there as well. You're reading them sort of naively, and you take them kind of as manuals, because you haven't engaged with the stuff that's actually critical of their underlying presumptions. And when you're comparing, like, really formative, great philosophers from a couple thousand years ago, they're going to be orders of magnitude smarter and more interesting than the pamphleteers of today on either side of the political aisle. So you're going to have a lot of positions entrenched because they mesh well with this ancient theory, but you haven't actually gotten to a point where you're really criticizing it at a high level. And so you have a lot of people, for instance, like me until relatively recently, who will come out of political science and philosophy departments with an undue amount of regard for those positions and an undue amount of dismissiveness towards their modern critics, because you associate their modern critics with the idiots on Twitter who have no respect for, like, the body of work of that field whatsoever, which is another problem, because it's very easy to become a lot more sophisticated on these topics just by having a passing understanding of any one of these figures. The problem, though, is that it's not that like Aristotle or Plato are bad or uninteresting or not even essential to understanding philosophy or political theory or even like contemporary stuff as well, which is at some level going to be responsive to it. It's that if you're treating this as an alternative solution to modern approaches, your education is basically stopped. I'm not necessarily saying that's what happened with Eudaimonia, but it's something I see a lot. I would not, for example, regard an Aristotelian conception of virtue as satisfying for the present day, even though I do think there are elements within it that are crucial. Either they're crucial in the sense that they represent something that probably has its own merits that are worth taking seriously for themselves. On the other hand, also because ideas in them inflect how we talk about these topics in ways that people have not always been super critical of. You find elements of this in Marx, for example. Like, it's not... yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Jama. The problem is it's a scaffolding issue. I agree you should be reading ancient sources, etc., primarily to understand the current updated scholarship. I wouldn't even necessarily say as a contrary to updated scholarship, or even primarily for updated scholarship. Although, if you're understanding it properly, it is still updated scholarship, I suppose. because it can have merits for itself. But it should not be sort of where you end off at. You shouldn't end up as an Aristotelian in present day, in my opinion. The problem is that philosophy is a discipline that requires decades to become proficient. Actually, that's a problem for you. The problem for political science is a lot more dire. It takes very little time to become more proficient than most people in political science on philosophy. And so if you become proficient in Aristotle, say, you can run circles around other people in political science very easily, even if people in philosophy, like sophisticated 10-year-plus experienced philosophers, will run circles around you. You're still the wunderkind in political science. And so there are a lot of people who are speaking to political science from a very traditionalist standpoint that is not very critical and not very sophisticated. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of the better work in political theory is coming out of places like history and sociology right now. More so sociology than history, in my humble opinion. But there are other reasons for that too. Not least of which is that a lot of people in political science go into history.
That is objectively true, and not just a matter of moral relativism. Because I wrote my final.
Hang on. I think we said something bad that I disagree with. Let's catch this.
Matter of moral relativism, because a way to be virtuous that is objectively true.
No. That's actually very wrong. First of all, because virtue in Aristotle and Plato is always going to be polis-specific and oriented towards the good of the polis. So in a quite literal sense, it's always going to be relative to the good of a single community of a single type. So that's wrong right off the bat. The second is that because their notion of virtue is polis-oriented, it's oriented towards a specific cultural setup that is not universal. There's a lot about it that's good. There's the discovery, for example, through the emergence of political life, the idea of isonomy as a political virtue, of things like magnanimity as political virtues, of specific types of characteristics that we generally recognize as being positive, or noble, or some other word like that, that require the scaffolding of a political situation in order to obtain. And I think those are worthwhile by themselves, but these are all very relative. They're necessarily relative. And they're so relative, in fact, that Aristotle is very specific to point out that in the absence of a polis, you can't flourish at all. You can avoid misery. You can have the virtues, for example, of a king Priam, where you can be, like you can have your city sacked, and you can be on the verge of being stabbed to death by Achilles' psychopath son, but you won't be miserable because you're capable of, for example, being brave and noble in the face of destruction and defiant and things like that, and maintain your dignity, but you can't flourish. He's not experiencing eudaimonia, literally, but he's not miserable. But like the point though is that it's entirely relative to his capacity to be plugged in, as it were, to a polis system that scaffolds and makes possible things like virtue and whatever. As we talked about before, there's also X's version of... Who's X? Who are we talking about? X's version of Y, like Persis Spinoza, the way the discipline coagulates over time is actually breathtaking, so never be Ayn Rand and just read Aristotle. To be fair to him, I don't think he's just read Aristotle either. But I would never say... I think it's... Virtue in Aristotle is the farthest thing from objective that you can get. It's not objective at all. Aristotle is not a deontologist.
And not just a matter of moral relativism, because I wrote my final paper in Intro to Philosophy was defending moral relativism, and I'm sure
Eudaimonia, if you're there, can I look at that at some point? I'm curious.
Notre Dame, the professor.
Well, if moral relativism is absolutely true, then isn't it sort of a conflict?
Well, maybe
Well, no, it's not, because what you're doing is you're downgrading the moral as a category from that which has sort of universal applicability. So you're robbed, in a sense, if you consider it a form of deprivation, you're robbed of this notion of a morality that transcends any particular context. But that's fine because it doesn't exist anyways. But there's not a contradiction there. A moral relativist is not someone who says there is an absolute moral law written in the clouds that says all moralities are of equal weight or comparable weight. It's simply saying that a moral system is going to be culturally contingent. It's going to rely on specific things in the world for scaffolding that may not be there. It is possible to imagine a world in which those things don't emerge or in which they are lost. Stuff like that.
18-year-old me.
Only Sith thinking absolutes.
Right. Right. Right.
You fucking hypocrite.
Exactly.
Well, only Sith deal in absolutes. But was Obi-Wan dealing in absolutes? Or was he just stating an absolute? I feel like that's too pedantic even for me. Never mind.
Exactly. Well, and I probably thought, I don't remember, but I probably thought I was the smartest guy around, especially on a campus like that. I was like, no one thinks like me. No one's ever heard of atheism before. Like, just total nonsense. And so but anyway, I began to sort of contemplate the idea, well, maybe there is a right way to live. There is a way of achieving human flourishing, right? And I think there's a Greek word for that. There's sort of a way to attain that by a certain formula. And there's a way to be good, right? I remember.
You see how you've undermined yourself right there. You see your flaw. You see your mistake. Listen to this again. Remember, we're talking about a morality that is objective.
There's sort of a way to attain that by a certain formula.
By a certain formula. Let's do it one more time.
Right, and I think there's a Greek word for that. I began to sort of contemplate the idea, well, maybe there is a right way to live. There is a way of achieving human flourishing, right? And I think there's a Greek word for that. There's sort of a way to attain that by a certain formula, and there's a way to be good, right? I remember.
Okay, so as soon as you're talking about a specific formula and you're talking about having specific arrangements in the world that facilitate the arisal of flourishing, now maybe you want to argue, for example, that there is some absolute good in the world, and now we're getting into a teleological mode. But in terms of the moral itself being objective, as soon as you require a specific transitionary process to attain to the moral, you have particularized it to a particular sequence of events in the world. So when we're talking about objective, we're clearly not talking about something that is truly objective in the sense of being independent of one's location in time and space or of one's identity. We're talking about something that is deeply rooted in that. Does that make sense? The entire point of that line is... Brooks says the entire point of that line is that the Jedi have become the thing they used to fight against. You are giving him way too much credit. I don't think... Because of two reasons. First of all, that makes Obi-Wan actually an idiot, which I don't think is supposed to be the point. I think that was just bad writing, personally. Anyways...
This was a rudimentary way to convince undergrads, but I remember a professor said, if you have a good chair, what does that mean? Well, okay, a good chair is one that you can sit in and it supports your weight and it's not so uncomfortable as to be unusable. And okay, what's a good fork? Well, a good fork is one that doesn't break when you try to pierce food with it, et cetera, et cetera. And well, okay, if you understand what a good fork means or a good chair or a good computer, then is there a good human? Is there a good man? That is not just good in the way that he's kind, although that's certainly part of it. It's very
Platonian.
It is. It is more
form
Platonic.
Of computer, there must be form of man.
Right. But that is what actually sort of started the gears turning in my head. It was actually Plato more than Aristotle in that sense. Just that sort of undergrad thought experiment. And that sort of evolved, as I took political theory courses then. And
Plato was so much more interesting than Aristotle.
That began to develop over time, importance of things like tradition and hierarchy and order, not just for their own sake, but because of what they can preserve, and that being the good life. And I'm certainly glossing over a lot of things and a lot of the studies and a lot of the notes, but sort of giving a mile high view. And I began to sort of appreciate Christianity and Catholicism in a political sense first, because I was like, okay, I can't really buy the actual theological and metaphysical.
And none of the magic happened. You were like a Jeffersonian Bible reader. None of the magic happened, but the principles are solid. And then
right. But then what started, and here's where the real, I guess, spiritual conversion came. I thought, I realized I was putting the cart before the horse, because if I think that all these things make a good society and make a good person, why do I think that is the good person over the hedonistic moral relativist? What is it, even in my secular brain, that intuits? What has placed that blueprint in my mind that there is a better way to be? Where does that come from? And I sort of almost
values.
Well, actually, as it happens, there are some interesting accounts of this. I won't get into it now because I'm rusty on it, and I have no idea how I would begin to verify this. But Christian Meyer's The Greek Discovery of Politics, which you can see here, which, by the way, if you can find a copy of Eudaimonia, you would find very interesting, talks about the emergence of the concept of justice in early Greek mathematics and in early Greek... Whoa, I just sunk a little bit. In an early Greek constitution building, where you have the emergence over time of a notion of a balanced or an imbalanced, or a good versus a bad style of constitution, style of ordering things at multiple different levels of analysis, and how that comes to sort of inflect judgments about what types of constitution or what ways of life or mores are appropriate or not. And what they reflected was not some notion of, like, when we talk about the moral, we tend to talk about, like, something that is sort of double plus good regardless of opinion or regardless of aims or things like that. We talk about it in the sense of, like, that which is moral is kind of the opposite of murder. Murder is something that's sort of it's killing that is intrinsically bad by itself and intrinsically unjust. It has baked into its concept some violation of something, and what that thing is can sort of vary. It can be the law, it can be some kind of ambient justice that kind of pervades the world in some way. Why did that turn off? There we go. Bad. But where was I going with this? Right. Sorry. So their notion of better or worse was relative to the stability of a society, because the reason why you had this notion of a better or a worse constitution was precisely because unregulated relations between classes of people within a city were causing the stability of places like Athens to spiral out, which is why they had to put lawmakers in to come in from the outside and sort of reorder things and just settle it so it would be stable. That type of thinking sort of inflects a lot of how we think about both politics and, like, when we're talking about morality, we're doing something kind of interesting when we're thinking that way. We don't tend to think morally in terms of, like, what is good for us individually. We sort of project an entire world picture out when we talk about the moral. We're talking about what is good for everybody, either in a particular, even when we're talking, like, relatively speaking, either in, like, a particular context projected globally, so anyone in that context, or just globally in an unconditioned sense. We're projecting an entire world picture out when we talk about the moral. What Meyer is talking about when he talks about the origins of the idea of justice is precisely that. How we start projecting some kind of good or bad value judgment onto entire configurations of community or of the world at large. Things like that. That was very rambly. I don't know if that made any sense. Does that make sense? Anyways, pressing on.
Right. I almost reverse engineered this idea that, well, this preference comes from somewhere. It's written onto the human heart almost.
See, that's the thing. It's not written onto the human heart, which is one of the reasons why you don't get notions of justice in the Old Testament or things of that sort.
Began to think, well, okay, if I can accept that all these things are the right way to be and the good way to be, then that idea, that preference comes from somewhere, and that must come from the man himself, who the divine author. And so I said, okay, if I accept all these things are good, then I accept the author of those things. And so I sort of reverse engineered the belief from there.
I think a lot of people.
Okay. The approach is fine. The problem, though, is that, and this is one of the reasons I have a lot of difficulty having any truck with a lot of religious political thinkers, is that the author, in this context, is acting as a black box for an explanation for where we derive our specific attitudes towards things like the moral and whatnot. I'm not opposed, in principle, to there being possibly some metaphysical thing which does slant in some direction with respect to some type of practice, making some things positive, some things negative. That's impoverished, but I'm being impoverished on purpose here because I'm trying not to load in too much. But it's not really satisfying to say there must be a source for my seemingly innate beliefs about right and wrong, good and evil, better or worse. God is posited by some book as a source, therefore I'm going to simply assent to that as the source. That's covering the space of an explanation for where those impulses come from and where those intuitions come from, but it doesn't actually tell you how you get them because it basically just says a wizard did it. Which is fine, potentially, at the if somehow you manage to find the source of the moral or whatever at the breaking point at the point at which human cognition breaks down. This is essentially what Kant does, and the reason why the moral is so vague and impoverished in Kant is precisely because as soon as you particularize it and specify it, you're talking not about the moral qua the moral, you're talking about the moral qua human beings attempting to approximate to something else that's not human. And so all you have is kind of a vague sense of directionality. That's not downgrading the moral, by the way. That's actually treating it with a profound degree of respect. That's specifically not downgrading the moral to the human. This is one of the major criticisms that someone like Kant would have for someone like Aristotle or for someone like Thomas Aquinas, because they're precisely making the moral or the virtuous that which is conditioned by specifically human inventions. And later on, as we start to understand human beings as being an evolved species, of the human invention itself, or of the emergence of a specific organism with specific conditions of life and specific drives and needs and whatnot. So it's not intrinsically incoherent to posit God as the source of the good, or a form of the good, or something like that. People do that. I can't imagine a situation in which it wouldn't be incredibly question-begging, but at this stage, we are so early into the inquiry, and we haven't even considered the possibility of a long train of conditioning events in our history, both individually and socially, and at the level of a species. Because, like, in principle, even evolutionary psychology shouldn't be the garbage heap that it is. Its primary problem is that it's incredibly immodest, and it tries to locate contingencies of culture and human psychology solely in very poorly conceived biological processes. But, like, inevitably, like, certain of our capacities and faculties are going to be biological or evolutionarily emergent at some level, although what that means and where the cutoff is between the evolutionary and the cultural is a whole can of worms. Stopping off at God did it is not satisfying. At least it shouldn't be satisfying in my opinion. There's so much else to be said about where these attitudes come from. And they aren't all the opposite of ennobling either. And moreover, by making your approach more fine-grained and more attuned to the contingencies that lead up to how we're configured now, that isn't even discounting the possibility of something similar in description to God being at a different point in the analysis later on. These aren't contradictory, but you're putting the cart before the horse here. there's a whole lot else that can account for your particular attitudes and beliefs and intuitions than just that. You could find that there's some way in which the world is configured at the end of your analysis, or very close to it, that sort of leads inexorably to these attitudes. And there's something maybe interesting to be said about that. Maybe. Maybe I'm throwing too much of a bone here. But at this point, simply saying that, I have these intuitions about good and evil, or these things that I'm calling good and evil, and they must have an author, therefore I'm going to assert that God is the source, is not only question begging, I think it's just a complete non sequitur.
Fall into this position of atheism because there are a lot of very religious people that are religious for stupid reasons, right? And they get turned off, and then, hopefully they can realize, if they're actually of that higher sort of thinking, that just because stupid people believe this doesn't mean that there isn't a smart reason to.
That's exactly right. And the sort of the IQ bell curve, midwit curve is a very good way to put it. And I've seen that even more explicitly applied to religious people. I think I've seen that. And it's always a funny claim when someone says, what you need the church to do all the thinking for you. And to my mind, it takes all of the self sort of criticism and thought and reflection in the world to realize that maybe I, in my 20-something years of experience, am not the smartest person in the world. And maybe there's an institution and folks in it who might know a little bit more than I do. And instead of saying, well, I disagree with the church on this, and I'm right because I'm me. What if I'm not right just because I happen to be me?
There's something he's not considering here. And I actually have some respect for this line of thought, but you have to be careful. There is a certain degree to which abiding by the doctrine of an organization that manages to enforce some kind of homogeneity in terms of the practice of a community, that you therefore benefit from that homogeneity itself. That can be stabilizing. There can be benefits, for example, in subscribing to a incomplete or an uncritical philosophy, simply because doing so relieves you of the anxiety and the alienation that not abiding by one portends. It's quite likely the case that people who are sort of uncritically embedded in a community or in a philosophy style or in a theological belief or in a cult or in an organization of some kind, an ideological organization of some kind, they may be emotionally a lot healthier and a lot more secure and a lot happier than people who are actually critical of these things and maybe have either better founded reasons for the things they do believe, or a better grasp of what they don't know. Because being in that critical space is psychologically dangerous. You don't have a lot of the anchorings that someone, for example, who is embedded in a church has. You don't have the psychological security of the immortality of your soul. You don't have the confidence that there is some superhuman power that will assure that good will triumph over bad at the end of all things. So even if you fail, it's okay. Your failures actually potentially are simultaneously zero significance, but also insane significance, because nothing else is out there to pick up the pieces if you fail. It is actually possible for there to be a totally, absolutely bad ending to things from that vantage point. Like, uncertainty is proliferate in the life of somebody who's actually highly critical and disembedded in that way. And so, perversely, there are actual survival advantages to being uncritical and being deferential towards the authority of other people who maybe don't know more than you, but maybe are super well integrated into a belief system such that they can act as an anchoring point for you and provide you a lifeline to that security. And you can't really tell somebody that they're wrong for doing so because, by reference to what? If it's better for them on a personal level, you're telling them to hurt themselves for the sake of a fetishization of, not truth, because you can't sell them truth, you don't necessarily have truth, for a more perspicuous approach to what you don't know. Some people think there's virtue in that. I happen to be one of them. But the downsides are manifest. The catch here is, and I have to be careful with how I word this. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to word this. The catch here is that if what you value is truth or self-understanding, or at least as much of it as is available to you on this earth, confusing the stability that a belief system provides with its truthfulness is a grave mistake.
Right? And, because even if I was 80 years old, that's a dearth of experience compared to a church that's lasted for 2,000 years. What good is my view? It's nothing. It's a subjective view of one flawed person. And certainly the church is a human institution, and it is flawed, and it has been led by flawed men from time to time.
Sure.
But these folks might know a little more than I do. And so I think that it takes, like I said, and like you intuit with the IQ bell curve meme, it takes a lot more thought and reflection. And I don't know, intelligence, that sounds like I'm tooting my own horn, but it certainly takes a kind of...
You're obviously not an unintelligent person. Let's just be honest.
Well, you're kind of
if you're a genius or not, but you're not an unintelligent person.
It takes a certain level of intelligence to realize that you are not the smartest person in the world. And right. And that almost goes hand in hand with the claim that, I just can't believe it because I don't see proof. The people who say
Hang
that...
on, I missed that still. What was that? Do you have any accredited sources to back up your claims? I don't get the joke here, but okay.
And the people who say that, it's such an easy pill to swallow, that there's actually a sky daddy and you go to heaven and...
Hunter Avalon. Yeah, I'm a rational person. Of course it makes sense. I don't believe it. This is dumb. This is legitimately dumb. The sky daddy thing, that is dumb. Especially since even fundamentalist Christians don't typically conceive of God as a bearded man in the sky. The reason why this is dumb is not because the beliefs of the people in the Christian God under those conditions is valorous or well-informed or philosophically robust, but because this actually misses pretty categorically what it is that they actually believe in the first place. So you're talking about a caricature that is so dumb by comparison to the actual thing that it makes you look dumb for ridiculing them in that way. So I think this is foolish. Where this would have a little bit more oomph is if it's attacking arguments about the superior mental health of Christians or of believers versus non-believers. Simply because, once again, of course there are mental benefits to believing, of having the security and confidence that there is a fatherly figure of unfathomable power on your side, because that relieves you of so much anxiety. That's one of the merits that the Bible talks about itself. It talks about the benefits of that security. So that's kind of trivially obvious. But in this particular context, he's talking about the philosophical coherence of the existence of God. And they're not talking about something anthropomorphic in that way. It's anthropomorphic in other ways. But that's not relevant tonight.
Well, first of all, these people are theologically ignorant because they don't know what all that entails. But let's even leave that aside. It's a much easier pill to swallow that reality is exactly what you see it as. That's the much easier pill to swallow. It's much harder to say, okay, I have my five senses and my experiences with the world and what I've read in science books and history books. But that is such a small fraction of what is knowable and maybe even what is perceivable that I will instead concede that I am a flawed human being with only five senses, and who knows, when you talk about science fiction, who knows what other senses there are to perceive the world, who knows what other possibilities there are. What do I know? It's much easier to say the world is as I see it than the world is, much more complex and has elements that I will never understand. So it's always funny especially because these were things I used to say.
I agree with everything you just said here, except for the fact that you reverse engineered God out of your moral intuitions. So I'm gonna pick on you for that one later.
A decade ago.
This isn't culture. This is pretty normal. This is I've had conversations like this back in the day. At a certain point, you have to come to peace with the fact that some people have arrived at positions in ways that you don't think are honorable. This is why sincerity ultimately is the most valuable thing, because that's what allows people to flexibly change their ideas and actually engage with people in a positive way. One of the reasons why I'm fairly generous with Eudaimonia is that in conversation he's actually been fairly gracious and fairly open to having his positions pushed back against. I have a lot of very strong objections to a lot of his positions. I have a lot of very strong moral objections to a lot of his positions. I have a lot of strong moral objections to a lot of his advocacy, for example, on places like Twitter. But the person himself seems to be approachable, which is important. Because, unfortunately, you're outnumbered 100-1, guys. And it's one thing to throw your side under the bus to appeal to the right. It's another thing to be dogmatically unable to communicate with people on the right who are willing to talk. And there's a fine line between those two. But you have to be able to recognize it, because unfortunately you're not winning the populist game anytime soon. Not just that also, but also because there are a lot of really decent people, or potentially really decent people, who can get swayed by actually being better educated. And you have to be careful with how you approach that, because if you approach people in a way where it's like, it is my position to deign to educate you if I so please, they're going to register the arrogance of that, and they're going to want you to be wrong enough to not listen to you. So, Nazis in Germany were happy to join and work with communists. It's a little bit more complicated than that. They also beat up communists. Anyways.
But there's certainly dogmatism among the secularists, and they won't be swayed from it. They have their Richard Dawkins, and I think the ones who are too far gone,
we have our Richard Dawkins friends.
I'll never say anyone's too far gone for certain, but I don't have high hopes in a lot of cases, especially if you get to 30, 35. I think it's really started to crystallize. You need a near-death experience at that point, because the smug atheism takes hold, and I think it's really hard to get out of.
There's probably something to that, actually. There's probably something to that near-death thing. You probably do need something like a near-death experience or some kind of existential shaking to become capable of being self-critical in that particular kind of way. No, I don't have a ton of issues. I mean, I've listed a ton of issues with this, but this is fine. This is pretty much what I expected to see. All right, let's bring in Brooks. We're going to do the actual thing now. Oh, now you're using the bathroom. Okay. Oh, no, he should be back by now. Here, we'll put on the virtual camera so you can see us. Why is that not popping up? Oh, wait, I see. There we go. Okay. I can't hear a thing you're saying, by the way. I don't know why that is.
That's on my side.
There we go.
It's on my side. I went and I got a cardigan. It's not where you don't feel left out.
I like that cardigan, though. I like that almost more than my
lovely.
cardigan. Hang on. Nobody can see you yet. Let me fix this.
Oh, see. I was all excited.
What, you expected me to be ready for this?
I mean, I haven't learned my lesson yet.
Okay, I'm just going to trim this quickly. Oh.
It's a communists and Nazis actually work significantly together. It's one of those things that we don't spend a lot of time talking about the end of the Weimar Republic and how people really dealt with each other. But the people who, like the Nazi recruiters, you would say, the people who went out and talked to the workers, used their communist rhetoric. And you would have people who went from one rally to another in the same day. The Nazi party, when it was before it was Nazi, like they'd go hear Hitler and then they'd go talk to the communists and hear about what was happening in Russia, and it was kind of back and forth. People, people find a lot of kind of ways to talk to everyone. Of course, until they don't.
Until they don't. Well, I don't think we're quite there yet. And fortunately,
We're technically always there.
we're not there. Hang on. Let me find the thing quickly.
They didn't believe that either.
Yeah, they did. They put them in power on purpose.
Not in the late 1920s and early 30s. It took a little while. It wasn't overnight. It wasn't like, hey, not Hitler's running. Oh, he's cool.
Well, no, but
It was like-
Hitler was in decline when they put him in power, wasn't he? Or at the
Depending.
very least, he was stagnating. They never got the wins they had a few years prior.
No, they needed to find partners and other people who would come in.
Yeah, but the partners they found were the conservatives already in power, who put them in power because they thought they could be molded because they were weak.
Communists and others joined in with that. They joined in against the liberal order.
Hang on.
They did.
Well, Sockdems did. Did communists do that? I think they were sort of similar, like they were similar dissidents, so to speak, but they weren't like hardcore communists themselves. They were more or less in the same boat as the Nazis. They were equally unpopular, actually a little bit less popular.
But they're still a coalition at the time. It doesn't matter about popularity. It wasn't. This is another debate another time. This is a
Yeah,
whole other
okay. Hang
discussion.
on. I'm trying to find. Shoot, I actually forgot the name of Eudaimonia for a second because my brain's still fuzzy. Give me a sec.
No worries.
COVID brain fog is a real thing and it's disturbing. I actually
It
worry
is.
if my
It takes like a month or so.
Oh, it
when
does?
for me, I got it really bad. It was a month or so, but I had friends who it was a lot longer than that.
I got
actually
the
going.
I chastised St. Andrewism last night, which is why I unlisted the stream because it was fucking embarrassing, on getting the century of Aristotle wrong. But he said 4th century and I said 5th century because my brain is just not working and I was thinking of Solon. It's just... Okay. I need to share my screen.
I would enjoy that. It's
Cool.
the whole fascinating thing. I always love when people go to Catholicism because of the raping kids thing. Because, like, it's a dogmatic institution. So if you don't believe it's a series of people, because that's how he was talking about it, that means the institution's the thing. But the institution obviously loves raping kids. So, well, is it because God likes raping kids? David Cross does this great bit about if priests and pope are like the word of God or God incarnate, wouldn't that kind of mean that, the next time that,
Well, I think
a child dies, you can say, well, it's because God wanted your child.
I think there's typically some dancing around the idea of the institution of the Pope being infallible and not the Pope's actions themselves. Unfortunately, it displaces all of the consequences of actual fallibility so that saying the Pope is infallible is a meaningless sentence because you just attribute fallibility to whoever's occupying
It's just
the
whatever
station.
it is. Again, they raped a lot of kids. And even today we're finding out more and more that, was it the Bay Area, San Francisco, their entire church structure is now possibly bankrupt because of the number of settlements they're having to do.
Well, I
raping
feel
kids.
like...
I feel like if I joined a group and
Yeah.
a lot of them had turned out to rape kids, I'd probably go, I do believe in being good morals.
But I don't think, to be fair though, I don't think you even need to go that far. Like, I think the far more immediately embarrassing thing, because that had to be uncovered relatively recently, I think the far more embarrassing thing,
That was not that recent.
it's the last 100 years.
Our lifetimes. Yeah, okay, I'll agree with that, I
Yeah,
guess.
but I mean, like, how about the other few hundred or so years of involvement in deeply corrupt politics resulting in the murders of hundreds
Well,
of
that's the
thousands of
fun
innocent
part.
people?
They were totally still raping kids. They still do all that stuff. Like, none of this stuff. It's not like they went, hey, let's stop doing the political meddling and the, all the fucked up stuff we do, but let's only rape kids. They still do all that stuff. It's just, we learned about it.
Well, yeah, fair, but like that stuff like that, it's fairly easy for people to compartmentalize. Okay, the church as the worldly representation of Christ has human beings in positions of authority who got there through ignoble means or by accident or whatever, and they morally fell at some point because they were human and that happens. That's easy to sort of compartmentalize in your mind and sort of put aside.
Yeah.
the church institution itself having a fucking bank and having enough gold in reserve to feed the world's hungry multiple times over strikes me as more of an immediate
Having
problem.
as much land, what was it? I made a comment before because I looked it up. The amount of land they have is like a state in America. It's like the size of Ottawa or like some huge fucking state. It's like, oh, cool. But again, it's my thing's not with religion or God or any of those things. I have friends who are Quakers and I have friends who are all sorts of things. But it's like the way people do this thing where they're like, I believe in a good positive life, and then they go tradcath, and that path, I think for me, I'm always just confused by.
Well, I think I was talking about this earlier. I think there are like psychological benefits to it that are like you can't really sweep them aside. Like there are benefits to being part of an organization that guarantees you community, reliable expectations as to the course of your life.
But there's a lot of
sort of
religions
like-
that do that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Specifically, the Catholic choice.
Sure,
Because
but
the
like,
the tradcath move is always fascinating to me, where it's like,
yeah, obviously,
learned
but
about-
like, you know, I agree with you. But Eudaimonia is not going to get involved in fucking voodoo, okay? So,
what about like Protestantism, or baptism, or Judaism, or
actually,
Islam,
no, that
or-
one I understand because I was flirting with Catholicism in my late teens, and the reason for that was, in Protestant churches, you're basically just dealing with old landlords who are having a coffee and sing song once a week, and there's none of the
none of the pomp.
None of the pomp. There's none of the
Need the
pomp.
pomp.
There's none of the intellectual depth. You got absolute boneheads who are getting up in front of the podium. You have more sophisticated and magisterial boneheads getting in front of the podium in Catholicism. There is a benefit. It's not enough to sell me on it now, but there's
Yeah, you got
has
the
its
Anglican
charms.
Church, Anglicans. It's Catholic light.
Yeah, but it's Catholic
you-
light. Why would you go for the Catholic light? Why would you go for like the gray,
Fewer
less
child
interesting
rapists
version of?
by
Why,
a decent number, like a decent number of fewer.
I'm
child
sure.
rapists.
I'm sure if I look, the Anglican Church has its own fair share of bad apples.
Yes, but not at the top, all the way down across the entire thing.
Okay, we'll call it a draw for now. Tyranny Inc.
Tyranny time.
Tyranny time. That would have been a good name for the book, actually. A conversation with how do you Sarab Amari?
I have not heard it pronounced. Actually, I haven't watched any of the videos on him.
Okay, well we'll learn. Hopefully they'll get it wrong in the interview too, because that'll be funny. Be nice. Eudaimonia's been friendly.
No, I mean, look, as I said, to me, the book and the setup. I made the comment I think earlier to you, and I'm not sure who I said it to, where it's like baby's first marks.
That's what I
And
said
it's
to
like-
you.
It was you said to me. It's right. It's the right way to talk about it because it's all the problems. And I think you also said I'm worried for the second half.
I'm very worried for the second half.
I have issues throughout for how he talks about stuff because again, none of what he's saying is like wrong. Like I'm not going to sit here and like go, well, this is a stupid person or anything. It's a lot of things that are going on in here that are spot on. It's how it's couched, and then the second part, which for me is the lack of. There's a phrase for it, and I don't know what it is, but it's that he's very much playing all of the parts of basically baby's first marks, as you said. But there's like the systemic is just missing, and it's almost like the soul of the project is missing. When we get, and I hope he talks about what he believes the solution is, because I really would love him to elucidate that last chapter of the book. And I don't want to spoil it because it's not good. And but it's not bad. It's just nothing.
I will say this: what he's front loaded in the book, I think, is a really solid intrusion to a lot of lower / working class Americans who would have a reflexively dismissive attitude towards an actually robust systemic analysis simply because it would smack of some kind of progressive or Marxist point. And I think it does drive home some things that are important. I very much, as I said to you earlier, I very much doubt this book is going to be talked about in a year from now, but I
I
can
agree
see
with
it
that.
having an overall very positive effect. I don't have a lot of
Oh,
yeah.
I'm the opposite. This
Oh
is where
dear.
I think we'll end up disagreeing. Is I think the entirety of it is written in a way that is so deeply reactionary that the thing people will take away from it is that. It's a less extreme version of the joke I've said, and I know others have said, where I will sit with someone on the right and I'll say, "Hey, what are the problems you have?" And they'll go, I hate the banks," and I go, "Fuck, me too." What we ought to do is we ought to completely change how the structure of money is done in the system and move savings accounts to post offices and change the investment strategies and laws, bring back Glass-Steagall and Law X and Law Y. And they look at me and they go, "No, I mean, we should just kill the Jews." Like, it's not that extreme, but identifying problems is not a problem anyone has. No one in the world is going to go, "Well, actually, I think things are fine right now." No one on the right, no one on the left.
I
Everyone
think
identifies the
some
same
people
problems.
on the left will do that. I think the primary people who are going to
Did you
be
watch the Republican debate? They all said the same shit as this. This is nothing new. Like,
okay, sure, but they're Republican candidates. They're all nuts. Sort of definition.
but
It's like
they're all
that's their
saying the
fucking job.
elites, corporate, blah blah blah. Like,
Yeah,
it's the
yeah.
same shit.
No, I
But it's
agree.
couched.
I agree. I agree. But I think would you concede that that's not the inevitable takeaway? It's easily appropriated,
I
but
actually believe it is the inevitable takeaway.
no. Well, there you go. All right. Well,
Um,
you have me at a disadvantage. I've only read about 10% of the book, so
I mean, just take the beginning. So it's the
Yeah.
introduction, and he opens up with 3 examples that are,
yes.
spoiler alert, they're not real. One is a Chinese factory worker who protests against COVID and gets reported to party officials and taken away, and his life ruined. Goes through a handful of these, and what he's
The name of
done
the
is
manager made me laugh. It sounded like a Three Kingdoms character.
I knew it was bullshit. I was reading it because it's the same guy who led the protests in Tiananmen.
Yeah.
So it was a guy who was arrested and I think put away for that. So
Yeah.
it was like, that's kind of weird. So it was kind of like, but he does this with 3 things. He brings up China and this thing that happened there, this thing with Russia, and how Putin went to Gazprom and the company forced everybody to come and watch him or not
Yeah.
get paid for the day and be reported. And then
Those weren't very convincing.
they weren't. But then he uses American. He's like, none of those happened. Instead, it was American companies, which doesn't work because the idea of the Chinese Communist Party and Amazon, which is the example he's using, he's a guy who didn't want to, who staged a walkout because of COVID at Amazon, lost his job, ended up pushing the entire Amazon United Workers Front and getting labor across Amazon United. That wouldn't happen in China. So it doesn't work the same way.
Well, I think
Because again, doesn't give a shit about the
Yeah.
systemic causes or issues or how they connect back. To him, it's the contingent event and the
Yeah.
meaning he gets of someone being repressed or coerced in his term, as he sort of uses throughout. And I find that sort of very distasteful.
the tell for me was when he was talking about internal memos at the
Yes.
Chinese company, like you would have access to those. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was yeah. No, I see what you're saying. All right, let's jump into this though. I want to know how his name's
Yeah,
pronounced.
no, and afterwards, if he doesn't get into a lot, I actually want to spend some time and talk about parts of the book
I'd be interested in that. Because
I think it's a worthwhile conversation. I really do.
it's definitely interesting. Yeah, we'll just
There's a lot of background noise for you, by the way, Sunday.
yeah, someone's pouring rice. I'm sorry. Just hang on a sec. Just so you know, we can hear everything. You. All right. Sorry about
Let's do it.
that. Oh, not again. Damn it. This is what I resent this man for the most. He uses copyrighted music in every single one of his videos. So every single one of his videos that I do, I get demonetized on. It's like that's an entire day of work that's gone. Don't do that. You're just
We are here today with Sohrab Ahmari to discuss his new book, Tyranny Inc. How Private Power Crushed American Liberty and What to Do About It. So Sorab is the founder and editor of Compact Magazine,
Sorab.
which, very broadly speaking, aims to form something of a union between people of various political stripes to pursue the common good. He previously was an op-ed editor with the New York Post, and before that, he was a columnist and editor with the Wall Street Journal. He's written 3 books prior to this one: The New Philistines, How Identity Politics Disfigures the Arts,
There we go.
From Fire by Water, My Journey to the Catholic Faith,
Oh,
and The Unbroken Thread, Discovering the Wisdom of Tradition in an Age of Chaos. I first met
all right. Never mind. You win. I hate him.
Sorab in 2019.
Just wait, because again, when we talk about the systemic critique necessitates an understanding of the narrative that you're bringing or the narrative that is involved with things. And he is so steeped within this that he simply is talking about the things and the coercion and trying to get back to the sensible or the good sense of things. And it's that his other book on the common thread, the thread through things, is basically one of the least self-aware things about history I've read in a very long time.
I approached him after one of his debates with David French. This one was at Notre Dame. I asked him to sign my copy of From Fire by Water. He didn't know me at the time, but we got to know each other through the years, and I'm now fortunate to call him a friend. So Sorab, thank you so much for your time. We're really happy to talk with you about your new book, Tyranny, Inc., How Private Power Crushed American Liberty and What to Do About It.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. Very kind of you.
No, this is going to be great. Like I said, this was a fantastic book. Really happy to work through it with June and bounce ideas off of her as we were reading it. And it really defied, even having read your previous books, it really defied a lot of my, expectations going into it, but all for the better. So just real broadly from the beginning, and you touch on this throughout the book, but what prompted you to write this book at this time? I mean, having read your previous books, it's something of a departure. So what went into this? Basically, why this book and why now?
Sure. And it is somewhat of a departure, although in some ways it's in continuity with The Unbroken Thread. We can get into that as well. But so this book was conceived on election night 2020, before it was clear that Trump had lost the election. I went to bed thinking he'd won at that point, but and so did many others.
Me too, yeah.
And but one thing was clear, right? The result was still kind of muddy, but one thing was clear, that was that the Republican Party in its Trumpian iteration had consolidated its working class gains from 2016. That is, in 2016, remarkable shares of working class people, including the largest share of union households for a GOP nominee since Ronald Reagan, had voted for Trump. And that was crucial to Trump winning in places like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But that was largely the white working class. This time around in 2020, it was clear that he had made huge inroads to what became known in a kind of popular buzzword on the right, or the populist right, as the multiracial working class. So It was kind of a euphoric night, actually. And then, so soon after that, I went to my editors at Random House and I pitched this book that would be a kind of manifesto for working class GOP, a GOP that was at least as concerned with the well-being of wage earners as it is with the concerns and needs and demands of the asset-rich few. And they were sold, and that's the basis on which the book was.
Sorry, did you say something?
I find it just an asinine statement that the GOP has any concern for wage earners, and the idea that there was this idea of the multicultural working class, or the multicultural people who backed it, or that they were getting some multicultural. It's just, everything he's saying here is this sort of, again, narrativizing and presetting this idea that there is an anger amongst all the working class that the Republicans are tying into. Which I find not true. Because of the votes.
Actually, like the deal was consummated, but then I set about actually kind of doing reporting about, okay, so what is holding back? What are the main obstacles to working class flourishing? Some of them were cultural, as a cultural conservative like me had long suspected and argued. But a lot of them had to do with economic issues, and specifically with the coercion, the unjust coercion that pervades market life in our lives as workers and consumers. And to these, the Republican Party had no real answer or solution, even in its kind of more populist iteration or version. And so what I ended up instead writing is more of a reportorial book that gives readers a tour of our political economy today as it's experienced by people toward the bottom. And, we see coercion, which we usually, we're conditioned to think of coercion as something only government does, when in fact we're faced with coercion all the time in the private economy. And I show this in, for example, workplace scheduling precarity for workers on the lower rungs of the labor market, especially the huge service economy that takes up a huge chunk of our economy, in workplace contracts, in the way that workplace agreements are structured in a way that they can silence whistleblowers, they can subject employees to near total surveillance of their online activities.
Right.
In the abuse of commercial arbitration, which we can get into, but something that's meant for merchants of relatively equal bargaining power, is increasingly now used to prevent workers from bringing their grievances to regular traditional courts,
Right.
Basically barring actual justice for workers, and so on. So I do that in the first half of the book. And in the second half, I ended up writing more of a kind of economic history, very broad, obviously, because this is a relatively short book. So Lincoln's address to the Wisconsin Agricultural Society, which many historians believe is this kind of definitive moment in the rise of a certain kind of Whig or Republican view of the political economy, which has been definitive in the United States.
What's your? I haven't gotten that far yet. I've noticed he cites Polanyi a couple times in the introductory chapters.
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion of his economic history in the latter part of the book? I haven't gotten there.
There are it's lacking, but I'm going to say a sentence from the fucking third paragraph. I highlighted it simply so I could say it, and then I would just say this is throughout.
Okay.
History has taught us, moreover, that America's flourishing is closely bound up with the flourishing of similarly non-coercive societies around the world. Tell me in any capacity, is that accurate?
Can you read that again?
I'll read the beginning of the paragraph through.
Okay.
This is an agonizing development for Americans especially. As one group of pro-democracy advocates has written, the yearning for a non-coercive society is the question at the center of every pivotal moment of American history. That yearning, we believe, is shared by all people. History has taught us, moreover, that America's flourishing is closely bound up with the flourishing of similarly non-coercive societies around the world. When Americans stand with those who believe in freedom, we elevate those things that we hold most dear, an equitable, just, peaceful, prosperous, and healthy planet.
Right, so he's essentially contradicting his own thesis.
Yeah, no, he does this throughout.
Right.
America, I mean, he as he says throughout this, that America has been like a place of, it
Right.
didn't mean to be non-coercive. It's only since the 1970s that this has been the case.
Well, it's not. Here's
No, in his book, I'm saying he says this.
no, yeah. It's not.
Which is
it's not just.
asinine.
Yeah, it's not just that. Like, the reason why I'm saying he's directly contradicting his own thesis is because, while it is the case that we have an investment in a particular arrangement that separates private industry from incursions by government entities that want to do things with them that will not benefit America through trade, he's completely skirting over the fact that the exact same types of coercions that he's highlighting in the book, fairly evocatively, are taking place sometimes on steroids in most of these places, which is
Correct.
one of the reasons why they have a strong tendency to collapse after having American-imposed dictators placed in charge of them.
Yes, he also has a severe misunderstanding about a significant number of things that have happened in American history. One of the things he lauds throughout, and it will come at some point, and you should be aware of it, is the New Deal in America. he clearly has no concept of what the New Deal was. He talks about the New Deal in that way that a lot of people do, where it was this great political thing. Look at this thing Roosevelt did, it saved things. But they don't know what the New Deal was, nor who helped make it happen, nor who it actually paid out and when, nor the shit that didn't get done. Because we have a very broken history world, I guess. I don't know how else to put it. A lot of people don't know what the New Deal was. He very much doesn't. And he idealizes it as the working class or the poor getting together and pressuring the government to do, which it fucking isn't.
No.
That's not what the New Deal was.
It's a top down thing.
If we didn't have literally rich people who happened to care about poor people in Roosevelt, his wife, and the people around him, it never would have happened. And so it's just, again, it's overall, it's constantly.
How does he just like state that, or does he arrive at that by some kind of thing? Roosevelt's.
You want me to spoil the ending for you?
Go for it.
All right, one sec. I'll just pull up the quote that I love.
Because, like, I don't know. There's a difference between Roosevelt had a political interest that was in some sense downstream from working class interest. Okay, something like that.
The last paragraph, pressure from below, as noted, played a decisive role in forging the New Deal. Once more, it's up to the American worker to drag our politicians and corporate leaders to this new consensus. On our shared vigilance depend the broadly shared prosperity and checks against private tyranny, without which there could be no land of the free.
Okay, pressure from below can do a lot of work there in brackets. I take your point.
That, I think anyone who knows the history of the New Deal knows not only was pressure from below not part of that in any capacity, the beginning of the New Deal started with bailing out the banks. It was farm subsidies.
Yeah.
Like it's again a fictionalized populism. And again, the progressive leftist Democrats,
right,
actively, and Roosevelt, for example, were pushing significant worker changes. All the stuff that was basically funneling money into the pockets of corporations had no problem getting through a lot of this stuff. And they were able to do that because the Democrats had a majority. At some point, the Democrats lost their majority, and it became this, we have to work with the Republicans who stymied and fucked with and did everything they could, and includes the actual plot to assassinate the President of the United States, Roosevelt, during war on behalf of business interests, including possibly the father of a person who's been president and grandfather of someone else, if you can put it together. The business plot was a big deal. That's how much fighting, like, people didn't do that. People were busy fighting a war. The idea that there was this, like, weird underground thing is wild. And so, again, it's this romantic notion, and it's throughout this. This is, again, how conservatism works as a populist movement. It's this rosy-eyed thing going back. The New Deal was a fraught, difficult, good piece of legislation, but it's been deeply idealized, and he does that. And so when we talk about, like, the historical realities of why America is the way it is, or how corporations deal multinationally with other places that ultimately we control, or how slavery dealt with most of America, or how America was founded by incredibly rich people who literally built the army in order to go kill Indians to take land so they could make money off of it. These facts don't really enter into it in a significant way.
Let's press on.
United States ever since, to the New Deal era and the sort of 30 years after the World War II, when things were as good as if they've been for American workers, and then ending with the neoliberal era.
Well, please, can you go back? Can you go back 20 seconds? I'm sorry, that I need that reset.
No, it's fine. Let's go back 30 seconds.
Definitive moment in the rise of a certain kind of Whig or Republican view of the political economy, which has been definitive in the United States ever since, to the New Deal era and the sort of 30 years after the World War II, when things were as good as if they've been for American workers, and then ending with the neoliberal era, the era that we find ourselves in, which kind of takes us back to the pre-reform 19th century. So that's the book that ended up actually being written, as opposed to the sort of rah-rah manifesto that I initially pitched. So there's a kind of a story and a backstory to the book, which I think might be interesting to readers.
I guess at first, after you see the results of that election, take the wind out of the sails, sort of the sense of triumph is gone. But I think the story you tell in part two of the book is, well, in a sense, it's infuriating, right? I mean, it's disheartening. And I guess real quick, just to piggyback off of what you said, because like you said, there's this real allergy in America to admitting of coercion in any private space, in the employer-employee context, because
This
there's
thing
this
I will
fiction.
say,
This I liked.
just
Yeah.
this part was excellent throughout, because I think the way he drives and talks about public versus private coercion and how we've
Yeah.
worked ourselves into this fucked up way. It's great sourcing, great words, and great examples throughout it, because Vosh's stupid coconut island thing or whatever, that basically is the only time people really talk about it, especially with people on the right. And I think this is one of those where I think people on the right can go, to your point, hey, this is a good thing that could come up. They could start to see coercion across the board. I don't think it ends well in this direction, but I thought it was really well done in there.
Well, I like its angle in particular because it uses on the cultural angle. I know from when I was in university, one of the infuriating things that I encountered pretty frequently when there would be all these arguments about freedom of expression, when it would involve statements or conjectures to the effect of invalidating groups of people and things of that sort, where those would be censored or pushed down in some sense by a few people in some key positions, not even positions of power, just loud positions. And when you're a kid, you can't tell the difference. But frequently, like, your complaints about that would be shot down by, this isn't a government agency, this isn't a public official who is telling you can't say these things. Therefore, for example, your freedom is not in any sense being curtailed and things like that. It deploys that same kind of paranoia, but towards something real in a fairly evocative way. To the extent that the book can be saved, I think it is largely because of that. I think that part is pretty strong. I agree.
And also, to add to that, the historical sort of way that happened through Lincoln and a handful of others, because I mean, Lincoln had some very, you could say, pseudo left-wing ways of looking at things or even talking. The joke that he once wrote Marx, or Marx wrote him. Like, there's that sort of, hey, how far back? It goes that far back. This Calvinist view of the work you get, the life you get, is because you've worked, versus those who are lazy, they deserve it, which very much, he's wrong in the sense that it was like born out of this way that people were talking about during the Whig Party era, which isn't true at all. It's sacrosanct to sort of the originality of the United States, so that's problematic. But generally speaking, it does a really nice, I'm not going to say accurate, but a nice story of that, for sure.
Or this myth that, oh, well, employers and employees are of equal bargaining power in theory, right? That, well, employers can always hire new employees to fill their slots. And that still is largely true. But on the other side of the equation, it's theorized, of course, that the employees can they can go to any other employer. But they're not exactly equal. I mean, to say that to an employee who cannot afford to miss a paycheck for 2 weeks or a month, who requires it quite literally to eat, right? They're not exactly analogous positions, and that's where theory falls flat. And so I think
sorry, what he just said made me insane for a second. If only someone could write a book about maybe how work over time has changed. Instead of specializing, people work in factory lines and in industrial places where their work becomes fungible, as if they become as commoditized as the things they're producing, and thus lose bargaining power as a skilled worker and no longer own the means of production. Someone should write a book like that. I wonder if theory has anything like that in history.
Okay, but the problem is he wrote it in like 900 fucking pages.
There have been a lot of people who've written about it since and done exceptionally good jobs. Like, this is Marx's version of it. Again, it may be where we start. It ain't where we finish. And again, even the founders of capitalism as we know it, the people who, like, liberals talk about all the time, Adam Smith and others, they take from Marx and they worked with Marx. And, like, they know he's right. And the shit since then is still, it's been written very well by people who've made it very simplified. Again, it's not just me, it's not just others, it's not just the complex people like Deleuze or Marx in so many pages. There have been people who've written this and talked about this. Phil Oakes and folk singers have done good versions of this, talking about how my job or my skill no longer matters, how my father was a shoemaker and I'm on an assembly line. These things are part and parcel of bluegrass country music and writing and folk tales. This is not weird stuff.
I'm going to jump in his defense again a little bit, though, and I think there's an element here.
He just said theory doesn't cover this.
I
You're
agree.
gonna defend that?
No. Talking about the book itself. I agree with that. I'm going to say this, though. There is specifically in America a very powerful aversion to anything that whiffs culturally of any of that whatsoever. So I think insofar if as a piece of writing that's going to make an intrusion along those lines, specifically in terms of leveraging the economic inequality that results from the disparity in terms of control over time, that was a really well put together part of the introduction. I think, like, again, it's capable of making incursions that a better book might not be. And that's probably not a virtue of the book. That's probably a condemnation of the situation. But yeah, I agree with you.
But this is where, again, everything he's doing, and conservative, whatever term we want to use, the liberal mind rot that eventually leads to fascism, as I've talked about, is just part and parcel of this. The idea at the base is, and it's throughout the book and it's the end of it, is you have the extremists on the left who care about this, they're on the right. What we need is you to be right down the middle. We need you to be in that center. It's a push towards conservative traditionalism, narrativized storylines, and the good and common sense that come with the normative view. And with that, what's hilarious, and it's why the book fails, I think, on its face, is it's saying we need people to take the normative view. People are by definition taking the normative view because it's a fucking normative view.
Yeah.
So what you want is you want revolutionaries to take a normative view. No, that's not how it works.
Well, this was I think this was Matt McManus's critique of it as well. He makes what should be the start of a deep systemic critique, but then falls back on you need to adjust your attitudes with respect to the exact same institutions which must be upheld nonetheless. And so you end up in a situation, judging from what I've heard third hand, in the book, where American society is slanted all the way down towards privileging the few at the deep expense of the many, but the solution is just for the working class to be big mad, but not change anything.
Correct. That is actually the basic result. And to just say again from the intro, we can't identify one single villain or group of villains in the tragic story of how we ended up here. Tyranny Inc. has no figure comparable to Nero or Stalin. That too is the nature of the system. Even so, today's private tyranny does substantially benefit some classes, asset owners and managers who service the assets at the expense of others. To truly understand private tyranny, then, we must do more than discern its existence and scale. We must unmask the structural class-based domination that gives purpose to the system, which is not what he does.
Let's press on.
And again, all the stuff's right. His examples are good. They're interesting. He's a good storyteller. He's a good writer.
He's a very good writer.
He's a good writer. He tells things very nicely. He's concise, and he's able to incisively find the point. But ultimately, he's a liberal.
Oof. He's never going to recover from that one.
It's accurate.
It is accurate.
Theory gets you only so far. And so I think that was a really good articulation of that.
Well, thank you. And what you just articulated, and I know you disagreed with it, but what you just articulated is the theoretical backbone of the model of liberty of contract,
right?
Which was obviously used. That concept was used to strike down all sorts of workplace protections and workers' rights in the pre-New Deal era in the late 19th century and the first few decades of the 20th century. And it's made a comeback today in a much more sort of subtle and insidious way. Liberty of contract has come back. And the idea is that basically that employer-employee relations are on their own generally optimal, and therefore there should be no sort of external intervention, because, as you said, there's this symmetry. They both have a symmetrical right to join a contract with each other, to form a contract with each other, and they both have a symmetrical right to walk away. And of course, that's true in, I guess, in a sort of very abstract theoretical way. But as you said, it's just not how the real life labor markets and real life lives of ordinary people work. So, for example, I give the story of this Ernst & Young employee who, had been employed for some time at Ernst & Young, and then one day the firm sent an email saying, if you show up to work the next day, you agree to give up your right to sue us in a regular court. You have to go through this arbitration process, which we design, which we structure, and where you're much less likely to prevail than you would be in a regular court. At that point, according to the kind of laissez-faire liberty of contract theory, at that point, the worker had the ability to either renegotiate or to walk away from the employment agreement. And that meant that he has symmetrical
Someone in chat is saying Sorab used to be a Trotskyist, apparently.
Power with Ernst & Young. In reality, most people just show up because they
all the things that don't matter, right?
Work the next day because they got to pay the bills. Like, they have to pay for food, like you said, and take care of elderly parents and have health insurance and so on.
Yeah, and even
it's funny. So was Peter Hitchens, I think.
He actually exercises his power. Okay, go to Deloitte, go to KPMG, where you'll encounter largely the exact same situation. It's an illusion of choice, even if he were to exercise that power.
Correct. Just very quickly, I mean, that's another issue with this, is that most markets in the United States, and this has been the case since the late 19th century, are characterized by what's called oligopoly. That is, not that they're monopolies where just one seller or whatever, one producer wields enormous power and kind of dominates entirely, but rather there's just a few firms that dominate whatever the given industry. The effect of that is that in any given labor market, you have many employees going up against
real quick.
a relatively few.
There's monopolies don't require there only to be one. It's fucking people are so weird with this definition. Like, if there's two, then there's not a monopoly. If there's six, there's not a monopoly. He's right now calling it an oligopoly, which is not accurate. It's a monopoly with multiple colluding sort of central places. A monopsony on the other side as well. Primarily, I think that, but it's just a very strange demand that it be like, it's not one, it's a few. And it's like, yeah, well, anti-monopoly laws that we had in the 20s did that with many. Like, it's like, come on.
Well, because he's locating the one in the number of agents that control the monopoly, not the monopoly itself. It's like people.
But that's never been the case.
I know. People do this with the notion of sovereignty too. It's frustrating. That's one thing I am annoyed by, is that the book introduces a new terminology at parts that it just doesn't need.
Well, again, he just has a misunderstanding of a great deal of things.
What is his background? Hang on, let me double check this. So, besides the books, Sohrab Ahmari, Iranian American columnist, School of Law. Oh, that explains it. So he's a lawyer. Okay. Lawyer and columnist. All right. However, he became he previously criticized Donald Trump, Putin, Marine Le Pen. However, has since supported both Trump and Viktor Orban. That's great. Yeah, that's yeah, we're really against coercion, aren't we?
Orban?
According to Wikipedia.
That's hardcore. I'm not saying I could forgive Trump, but
yeah, the citation is a horribly titled article called "When the Pope Hits Your Eye Like a Big Pizza Pie." That's Ahmari.
I don't want to read that article.
I don't want to read that article either.
Because it's a story about the Pope raping a kid, I assume.
Let me see.
No, wait, probably not.
From neoconservatism to integralist cosplay to active worship of China and Russia, the post-liberal right has had a giddy 5 years. I don't know who the hell he's talking about is worshiping China. That's not by Ahmari, though. That's about Ahmari. I don't know. I'm not digging for this right now.
I don't want to.
I don't care
That
either.
title is over clever. I hate that a great deal.
Employers, and that's one of the key reasons why walking away really doesn't make conditions better. By the way, Adam Smith, who's the sort of godfather of laissez-faire theory, acknowledged this in, I think, book 3 of The Wealth of Nations. He says, it's true that in theory, each needs the other, meaning
I think he's gonna. Yeah. No,
What the fuck?
Well, hang on.
What the fuck?
The invisible hand cliche is sort of treated that way by very unsophisticated libertarians. Maybe is that where he's going with it?
I would just say, Adam Smith believed landlords were cruel parasites who must be dealt with. It was one of the things Adam Smith and Mao Zedong agreed on. Just saying. So, founder of laissez-faire capitalism, not sure we should call him that, and not sure he'd be cool with it, because, God damn it.
Well, I mean, I suppose it merits pointing out that this was not an objection Marx had to Adam Smith.
employer and employee both need the other, but under most circumstances, the employer or the boss can live off his profits because of the way profits are distributed in the labor relationship. He can live off the profits for like a year, whereas the worker can scarcely survive a day, a week without work. So although the two do need each other in the immediate course of things, it's the laborer who's much more dependent on the employer than the other way around.
So before I met Yuda and before he brought me to the Steubenville conference, I had no idea like this kind of section of the right existed. More or less people who actually like care. To me, the right was just like George Bush, Sean Hannity, like the libertarians on Twitter talk about like child slave labor, and I guess the populists who sometimes have good rhetoric, but that rhetoric always is sort of fake, falls flat. But your speech that I saw and your book are just really refreshing because you could tell that you actually do care and you're...
Hang on.
Told you, bad direction. It's going to go bad.
Let me hear that again.
The libertarians on Twitter talk about like child slave labor, and I guess the populists who sometimes have good rhetoric, but that rhetoric always is sort of fake, falls flat. But your speech that I saw and your book are just really refreshing because you could tell that you actually do care and you're passionate about it. It's not just like a grift or an appeal to populist rhetoric. Like you actually talk about coercion, collective bargaining, unionization. You praise social democracy a few times in this book, which is the ideology I think I would align with the most. But I posted a photo of me holding the...
I don't have a massive objection to that sentence. I think I would generally agree.
No, I agree completely. That's the problem.
I hate you. All right, let's keep going.
Book onto my Instagram page about like a month ago, and I got a reply. Well, most of the replies were like, "Oh, cool, like I'll check it out." But I got one reply that was like, "Oh, look, another book about corporations going woke. Like, pass." So my question is like, how would you sell your book to a person like that? Like sometimes, like a person more like internet brained, lifestyle leftist, as you call them, who's more like hesitant to read something from a conservative because they're so used to conservatives only doing like the very vapid criticism of corporate power where it's just like, oh, Bud Light has gone woke. So like, how would you...
Shoo. Leftists don't need the book. We already got this guy. we're sorted.
Your chewing is inside of my brain.
Good. You deserve it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
kind of sell this to a more left-wing liberal audience?
Yeah, that's a really good question, June. And the answer is sort of in the book, where I repeatedly take issue with and criticize the style of what I call neo-populism, that only focuses on corporate power as a sort of as a cultural issue. That is, Disney can coerce its employees or consumers in this or that way, having to do with ideology. But then, otherwise, though, Disney deserves every tax break and should be able to do with its workers as it pleases. I explicitly take that on, and I call it out as a kind of, as you said, like a kind of fake populism. And it is an enormous frustration with me. And so the reason I focus on the issue of coercion, of private coercion, is precisely, I tell people on the right that, like, you know, if you have a problem with Disney or any employer ideologically coercing its employees, whatever the ideology may be, the best way to ameliorate that, or the best way to mitigate that, is just to raise up workers' countervailing power. And so that...
Does he have any acknowledgement of Marx in his book? It's just a little bit funny that we're talking about
He makes little jokes here and there about how we don't really need Marx to see this. Like, it's the closest he comes.
I mean,
there's no
thanks
hey,
to
by the
Marx,
way.
you don't. But yeah,
But yeah, I mean, essentially, it's. I'm taking off my fucking cardigan.
for
I
it.
don't know how you're doing. It's a billion goddamn degrees.
I have a very good
It's-
AC system, and I have post-COVID chills.
And the entirety of the book, he dismisses the left to just go with how he does it at the very end. He calls them lifestyle leftists. He doesn't really
Really?
talk about the left as a meaningful thing.
So that's his
Lifestyle,
term. That's not Shu's term. Okay.
lifestyle leftists. No,
All right.
this is, again, this is for reactionaries. This book is written for reactionaries who are already sympathetic. They celebrate and conservatives complain when big brands update their logos in line with progressive cultural causes du jour. It's not true. Like, it's just simply flatly not true. Anyone who's a leftist or even would say that is not lauding Target for changing their thing to a rainbow. It's a joke. It's a running joke. Both sides get rewarded with clicks and retweets, but the biggest winner of all is corporate America, which has learned that a little progressive signaling is all it takes to garner brownie points from the culturally dominant left.
Well, you know what he's doing. He's doing the exact
Yes,
same
I
thing.
do.
He's doing the exact same thing he's doing when he attributes the New Deal to bottom-up pressure, which is he's in sort of assuming that any top-down initiative is downstream from some kind of populist push. And then
Correct.
he's inferring the existence of leftists who are lauding Target for being woke, and then deriving a caricature from that because they're silly and vapid enough to be impressed by Target's wokeness.
The fundamental goal of lifestyle leftism isn't to reform the class structure, but to fuse it with cultural sensitivity. Not to discipline the workings of capital, but to regulate how people use language in the workplace. Not to limit the executive suite's power to coerce us, but to populate it with a diverse cast of characters. More female drone pilots, which is a fucking meme on the left, and he's unironically acting like it's real. To replace the old boss with a spunky girl boss hashtag. Hashtag girl boss. We saw this in the case of the RAI diversity officer who began her anti-union tirade with a nod to the victims of colonialism and in Amazon's loud championing of Black Lives Matter as the firm sought to silence protesting black employees. Another glaring example came courtesy of Carolyn B. Maloney, a progressive lawmaker in New York, in response to New York Times story about corporate CEOs making as much as $211 million among the pandemic. Maloney asked, "Where are the women?" Lifestyle leftism of this kind is a boon to big business. Thanks to it, the left has won many symbolic victories over questions of culture and identity while private tyranny is gathered. Again, it's a lie. These things are liberalism on its face, and none of this is leftism except for the caricature created by the right.
Well, that's the rub, though.
That's why it works.
That's the rub, though, is that, like, from that perspective, you fall hook, line, and sinker for liberals who try to posture as leftists, as well as for sort of the Fox News attribution of any kind of F-slur tree to liberals, aka leftists, etc., because they're essentially synonyms.
Yeah, again, it's dismissing it. The reality of what he does sort of throughout this is it's a lot of the same play you see people like I've actually seen Shu do, which is a shame, and others sort of in that reactionary leftist space, is when you talk about and critique identity politics instead of realizing that the right and identity politics is by nature reactionary. It is a right-wing phenomenon, and the idea of doing it and how the left has been said, that's just two sides on the reactionary side fighting over their identity versus others instead of moving forward systematic moves, which is the leftist play.
To an extent, like I think it's pretty easy, for example, for trans activism or trans inclusive advocacy to sort of fall into the domain of identity politics, because it's, for a lot of people, identity politics just literally means any kind of politics that involves specific evocations of identity. You just mention an identity, and therefore you're dealing in identity politics.
Well, but we've talked about this. Where I disagree specifically is all of the rights that the trans community is fighting for are universal. There is no specialized trans right that, as much as they are, like the right to certain medical care, sure, but that's the right to medical. Like it's trans gender affirming care. My gender affirming care is completely legal. Mine is just, it happens to be growing a beard and not shaving and a few other things. So like, but it's a universalist position. And same with Black Lives Matter was a universalist position. It wasn't exclusionary. The reactionary stance is the exclusionary one, and you see it done all the time when it's about more female drone pilots, for example, or where are the women CEOs. These are reactionary.
Well, I think
it's not taking on the universalist message.
Well, a better example is one that comes up a lot is if you, for example, had, for whatever reason, a hormonal issue develop, and you had excessive like breast tissue growth, you could get that removed no problem.
Hey, I'm trying to lose weight. Thank you very much.
Well, I can't see anything. I was not
I know,
commenting.
it's why I wear bright yellow.
I was not commenting on your bust. Don't worry. We're all trying to lose weight. It's post-COVID. Okay.
That's my excuse for the rest of my life.
Exactly.
Whatever the ideology
So
may be,
glad I got
workers are
sick.
able to resist
My
that.
cheesecake doesn't count anymore.
Aren't fired for not believing whatever the ideology of the moment would be whether it's like Elon thought or Disney's wokeism, right? And so I think that's such a clear difference from the kind of fake populism that I readily admit does exist, and I criticize it all the time. I've become very, very very frustrated with it because I know some of these people. In fact, I consider some of them still my allies. But whenever these kinds of issues come up, first of all, they have a kind of fake idea of what the working class is, which is typically almost like a sort of a roofer who owns his own business. It's a kind of small businessman. It's largely, I have to say, it's a kind of racialized image. And so like what the actual working class is like, which is lots of precarious college holding people who nevertheless deserve to have healthcare and not live in such precarious conditions. It includes like Filipina ladies who work in hospitality. It includes lots of people who don't fit that image. I try to challenge that by showing, people on the right what the current working class is like. And if you want to support it, as you say you do.
Well, okay, so here's what I don't like about this. I agree with him. Except for and this is like why this is so frustrating. He hasn't defined the working class at all.
And
So it's like you're going to say what the working class is really like. The working class
to him, as he talks about it, just so you know, because he doesn't give like a really hardline, simple definition, but he does talk generally about it. And I think it's not a bad version.
It's serviceable for what it is.
Yeah, because it's people who work. Like he's quite literal about it, that it's people who are at that bottom rung working, doing those 40, 60, 80-hour jobs who don't have any control over what they're doing. That's kind of, to be frank, it is a really good distinction he makes versus business owners.
Right.
The capitalist versus the working class as a thing, I think it's a little Marxist how he's doing it, which isn't bad.
No.
It's not a bad, he doesn't go hard into it because ultimately this is my big complaint with it, how he handles it, and I think a lot of others, is there is still a hard labor, like an honest day's work sort of traditional narrative that's infused and suffused into that, versus the people who, YouTubers, people like labor is meant to be hard work versus people who are working. Someone who's sitting all day at Best Buy. No, that doesn't count. It has to be the waiter, the person who's on their feet all day, the one who's tired at the end of the day. If you're not tired at the end of the day, it doesn't, like he has a lot of that language around it.
Here's the rub, though, and this is where I don't know if it's necessarily to the disadvantage of the book for what it's trying to do, but it annoys me because I can see ways in which cracks show in the facade that can kind of undermine the positive intervention that it's making to the extent that it is. What you've just described excludes precisely the same mom and pop small business owner who are not as tired as their employees, who are nonetheless being lumped into the working class as well. And so when
Agree.
I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, except here's the problem. You're allowing the working class to characterize both business owners, lawyers, well-off college students, and the house cleaners, and they clearly have different stakes involved. And that, I don't know, it doesn't particularly matter. Like, I agree, once again, like, for the kind of intervention this is trying to do, I'm kind of fine with that conflation.
Yeah,
But
that's
it's
fair.
also, I can see it being sort of stultifying farther down the road, because there's very easy responses to that I can see people making.
No, it's difficult. And when you start getting into, as someone, I am a small business owner. When you start talking about like what that means, when you're talking about a capitalist versus a business owner, and again, he conflates a lot of these things. Again, it's not getting at the systemic reality of what it means to do any of this. Someone who's got a food cart, in his words and how as he talks about it, is a small business owner because they're kind of making their own way. They suffer coercion in ways people don't even understand. Like, again, it's the critique that is talking about specifically the way that it affects him or people he cares about or has in the past, and then retroactively finding ways to sort of pull from theory the threads of the narrative that allow you to have that, versus just talking about the entirety of the system as being the problem.
However, if you bring that up and then the other person points out that the owner of the hot dog stand is pulling $100K a year, it starts to lose its oomph a little bit.
I think people don't understand how much money is worth. Like, people don't understand money and what rich is anymore. Like,
No,
as
they
a thing,
don't.
if I had,
Here's the weirdest thing. So when you grow
if I
up,
made 500,000 a year this year, and I didn't, I'm not talking about me, but if I made 500,000 this year, but in the last few years I didn't, am I rich? Absolutely not in any capacity. You have more money this year than you did last year, but in America, what are you doing with that? You're able to maybe rent a better place. You're not buying a house with that because you don't have enough credit history and enough money saved up for that. There's no chance. So what if you have 2 million, 5 million, 10 million? Where's the line for wealth? Again,
Yeah.
these discussions need to be had. We need to be a lot more open about what it means to be in the bottom 90%.
yeah,
And instead really understand that when we talk about the 1%, it ain't maybe anyone in this stream, including the people we're looking at, including successful
no,
streamers.
the
They're not
wealthy,
even-
the
they're not
relatively
even close.
wealthy, the relatively wealthy people present, like we're talking levels of wealth that are unimaginable to most human beings, to the point where this is one of the weirdest things, and this is one of the reasons why I like that he really emphasizes the element of time, because people can't really grasp the money part, but they can grasp the time part. People in my position growing up, who are like I was from a family of what ended up being 8 children, and I to this day don't know what my father pulled. I think at the end of his life he was probably pulling close to $80K a year. We thought we were middle class. We were not middle class. People think middle class means you're not living in a slum. People have no conception of what what the actual disparities are. They're enormous.
Yes.
Like, here's the disparity. Like, I have people in my chat every so often who will donate a couple, like they're very generous. They'll donate like $100 or so.
I've done that.
You have done that. Usually just to say something rude and unpleasant, so you've gotten your
That's
reward.
true.
But
Because
you've
the
also
more I pay, the more you have to say the horrifying thing I said about you.
no, you bought me my computer, so I have to concede to literally
True,
everything you say
also.
at the end of the day.
Technically didn't do that, but that's fair.
Okay, well, you gave me some nice used parts, and they've
Fair.
improved my quality
Fair.
of life tremendously. But recent friend of the channel, Brianna Wu, is someone, for example, who collects sports cars as a hobby. That is a level of wealth. I'm assuming. I'm assuming you're not holding out on me that much, Brooks. So,
No, and anyone who has, and I think that's when you start talking about what wealth means. When
Yeah.
you're able to have a hobby that is basically the entirety of someone else's
yearly
in your
earnings.
neighborhood,
Yeah.
you could improve meaningfully the life of someone within a mile or two of you. That's when it's like, hey, you got a little bit much there. When your coercive is outwards. Like, coercive works different for you.
Yeah.
And it doesn't for people who farmers, people who have small businesses, people who have 50 to 100 man businesses. I have friends who have 200 to 300 person businesses. and they're doing well, like they're good. They're live comfortable lives with their family. But that shit can go away next year.
Yeah.
And they're in all the same position I think anyone is, terrified of what's coming and how things will come. But someone who's on the other side, they exhibit it differently. But again, when we start talking about like what it means and how this works, these are, when we start talking about how the larger scale system works, actually putting things in their correct place is a systemic, not a narrative critique. Because again, he doesn't want to have the systemic. He has an entire chapter about the newspapers and the dearth of local news, which is 100% bad. And he's spot on in every single way. And he says, we need to fix this. What is his solution? End capitalism. I mean, I don't like, the solution is have locally paid or state-run media, because you can't have local news anymore because of the internet, because of how we changed everything, because of the superstructure that exists around it. Local news cannot exist. And so just saying like we need it more, it's like, yes. And that's it. That's like, yes, of course we do. So what the fuck is the solution? Well, more people need to get involved locally. But without local news, how do you even know what to do? If I were to tell people today, go join your local city council, I'm doing this. I'm going to be running for city council locally. I'm doing my best to get involved politically. Do you know what it takes to learn what's happening in your city? You have to go around and find like the shitty penny ad things where some asshole writes about the upcoming, like some fair that's open, and someone else writes about the city council on the third page, or you have to just get the minutes from online or order them, and it's a nightmare, like without real local news. So you can't do anything. So what's the first step even look like? No answer, crickets, because we don't want to talk about the systemic issues that cause it.
It kind of just amounts to the get mad speech from Glenn Ross at the end of the day. It really is just, here's a list of problems, get big mad and do the exact same thing you were doing before, but better.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, it's do better, but there is this very specific demand towards common sense.
Yeah. And
the good sense, again, that I think Eudaimonia showed in the previous video and has constantly showed.
No, it's
and I think
Soviet.
It very much is. And I think anyone who goes in the direction these guys have gone, that's their thing, is they keep sort of heading back towards that direction. And the book is that. Again, the book is that.
Catholic. It's the big Catholic selling point. It's what appealed to me about Chesterton back in the day. There's something really appealing to somebody for whom the actual stakes of this haven't sunk in, about the very self-assured, confident, funny, chuckling, old grandfatherly type who tells you that all you need to do to face life's dragons is just have a good attitude about it. And it doesn't work.
No.
It works for as long as that's enough to offset the actual psychic damage of having to deal with real things, with real stakes.
Well, and that's throughout the book, the sort of romanticization of things, and how, he talks about cultural conservatism, and they've talked about it a little bit here. But even when we talk about cultural, that has meaningfully changed, and we've swung so far to the right on all fronts. George Bush ran against Reagan, the first George Bush, and was asked in a Republican debate by an audience member, should we allow the illegal immigrants' children to go to public schools, or should they shoulder the cost? Not a question of whether or not they should be allowed to go at all, whether it should be free or they should pay for it. That's the question. And by the way, the answer for Bush and Reagan, for both, was we should eat that cost because they're paying jobs here and they're working here. So that's like, when we talk about sort of where we're at, anyone who romanticizes this, hey, there's this good or middle common sense space, especially someone starting from a conservative position, it's almost laughable on its face. And it is, I think, throughout the book, every one of those times where he starts talking about this sort of history of America, or these great quotes from people, like he mentions Grover Cleveland, and has a handful of notes about Cleveland sort of being anti-corporate, which is fair. But these guys did other shit, and it wasn't just, oh, we used to not like corporations. That's not really true. Like, sort of, we had some political lines, but we've kind of done everything we can, and political powers have done what they've done, and this is how the system works. It, again,
you have to.
you asked, I think, earlier about Polanyi
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, not, again, it's the same stuff. I haven't looked into Polanyi beyond the book. Lots of good examples, lots of good, very little moments and stories, sort of throughout it. One or two that have to do with the way that basically, as Marx even talked about, the commons being basically raped and destroyed in service of capitalist interests. Said not in that way, said in the sort of edgy way. So it's hard for me to say if Polanyi where they land. But again, this stuff's fine. I'm not objecting to almost any of that. It's cool, right? It's cool.
Take it for what it's actually like.
Yeah.
And then to challenge this kind of culturalism, right, where it's all cashing out as, a combination of, yes, like rail against corporations for doing this and that at the level of culture, but at the same time, you're still basically a libertarian when it comes to political economy.
Yeah, like you said in the book, the cultural left and right kind of have this like symbiotic relationship. A corporation will change its logo to be like rainbow, and then it gives the left that kind of fake feeling of progress, and it gives the right like outrage clicks, like they get to like mutually they get something out of it, and meanwhile the corporation can still be like on behind closed doors getting support from mostly like Republican politicians and stuff like that. And that was a really, really good point. That I like the part where she's like, "Oh yeah."
She at one point was pseudo friends with people on the left, and none of the people who she was pseudo circled by cheered on corporations when they did that. They laughed about it. Am I wrong on that? Was she part of a different left than I'm aware of? Like it's the Vosh circle-ish thing. Like
here's where
about that stuff.
Here's where I think there's some bleed over again with a lot of the free speech debates from like 5 or so years ago. When it comes to things, for example, like the biased enforcement of TOS in favor of particular political groups over others, yes, and there was a lot of adulation for it's a private company, man. They can do what they want. That's how it works. You agreed to the terms when you started to play. And that kind of rhetoric was pretty ubiquitous.
But isn't that? Maybe I misread it because I wasn't really part of these worlds.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Like I always said that in a funny way. Like this is what you get. This is a private company. Let's nationalize the fucking thing and have a different discussion. I always assumed there was a lot of irony in a good number of that. Maybe not. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
There is, to an extent, until you're not dealing with a libertarian. You're dealing with a right-wing ethno-nationalist socialist type. There's a shorter, pithier word for that. I'm sure I'll have to remember at some point. Who is not like a fetishist of like total freedom and dysregulation of private industry. Who's complaining about their ability to like, say their ideas in a public venue and have them challenged in a public way, being taken from them. And you're not a very thoughtful person, and you've now shifted gears just because this is now being challenged to defending the corporation's absolute right over its domain, instead of pointing out that, hey, it's what you guys are advocating for that actually permits this perverse state of affairs, even if you in particular deserve it.
But even still,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of anyone in the last 5 years who has lauded Pepsi or anyone for doing any of their ridiculous pride stunts or BLM stunts, or like Pepsi and its hilarious BLM ad was thoroughly mocked by I think everybody. Like across the board, Skittles doing its.
They mocked it in the boys.
Rainbow. We gave up the rainbow, all
Yeah.
white Skittles for Pride because the Pride rainbow's not for us this month or whatever. Like that shit's hilarious, and people laughed and mocked it. So, is she just lying? Just lying?
I don't think she's lying. I think it's just I think there's just an aloofness. I think there's a general aloofness, and I think one
Who
of the
on the
things,
left does this? Who on the left is she talking about? Like, literally.
it depends on who you mean, and one of the problems that
MSNBC doesn't even cheer it on.
yeah, but she thinks she's paying attention to MSNBC.
No, I'm trying to think of, like, who anyone would ever call left.
I
CNN
think
doesn't do
it's
that.
inferential. I think there's just a general lack of attention paid to actual people on the left, because I think the actual people on the left in this space are such a tiny, tiny minority of people and are so
But even
insulated.
liberal people, who's doing this?
Oh, liberal people? I mean, liberal
Yeah, who's
liberal
cheering
people.
on-
Liberal people will do the exact same thing that I was just describing with respect to the uncritical sort of TOS endorsement thing, where it'll come up in an argument, and then all of a sudden, everything's fair, and that's just kind of the move, because there is just a deep unseriousness about their actual engagement at that point. I think one of the reasons why we don't see a whole lot of that on the left anymore is precisely because it's become so insular. So there's most of the contentions are interior now, but on the outside, like in terms of like the online left, think about like who's actually in our universe. We have on one side of things, we have like the Jesse Gender types and sort of people in that sphere, FD Signifier, etc. On the other, we have like the Keffels and the Vosches and whatnot, and these account for maybe on the very high end like 800,000 people, and these people have no bleed over with other communities because they only talk to each other. So it's non-existent. A single individual like J.K. Rowling dwarfs the entirety of it by orders of magnitude. Like, we just don't exist. I think we're just deeply fucked. And I think that someone in Shu's position who's close to that scale can go a very long way without ever actually talking to an actual leftist, and has no incentive to do so, because who's she going to talk to? Someone who's going to bite her head off.
I would even say, like, or even just looks at just media and just goes, oh, people are happy with this. Again, I've never seen it or noticed it, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's possible. I think these people are in a different solar system from us. I think that's what's going on. And I think this because there was a time not long ago when I was in a different solar system. I probably am to a certain extent still. But like it's kind of like I forget what it was exactly. I think there was like a show or something where they asked, it was like an article or show where they asked just filthy rich people like Bill Gates, what do you think a carton of eggs costs? And they had no fucking clue. They gave answers like $20 or something.
Yeah, this is the Margaret Thatcher, what's a banana cost these days? It's those lines, the greatest, which was in Pennsylvania, was it Dr. Oz, who like, oh, I'm just stopping at the local, he got the store wrong because he doesn't shop his own fucking groceries. And he's like, I'm doing what was it? It was some kind of like vegetable plate, but he called it the fancy French name. And he like grabbed shit no one ever puts in one of those because he doesn't know what he's doing. It's absurd. But yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair. And
I thought scallions were rich people food for a long time because it was a fancy sounding name. That's how distant it gets.
I thought scallions were a fish until I was like 7.
What did I think scallions were? I thought they were like some kind of like fancy mushroom. I knew they were
a good one. See, I for me it was because I had heard of scallops and I assumed scallions were small scallops.
I can see that. Although scallions sounds more like a lizard.
And then I thought they were green onions because I was like a little kid. I've always been fascinated with scallions.
Aren't they?
Specifically.
Wait. They're like they're ones with the bulbs, right?
They're bulby, but they're not green onions. No.
Aren't they basically just green? I thought they were just green onions with a bulb.
God damn it. They are the green onions with the bulbs, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But are they different? Are they different?
No, they're just green onions. But I thought they were, it doesn't matter. Ignore me.
Okay. All right. Let's continue.
Shallots.
Yeah, they get
Shallots are good.
They're the same thing.
No, they're not. Shallots are like those red onion things. They're like
are red onions?
They're red, but they're like it's like a halfway house between an onion and garlic. It's like an onion with a much stronger taste.
No, it is it's the purple smaller one.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay, let the record show I know more about root
Onions.
vegetables than Brooks does.
Fair enough.
Clicks and like stuff out of that because it's so true online. It's just a constant the culture war. It's almost like it's by design in a way, like just to like distract people. And because I guess I'm more conspiracy brained than you, but do you think it's possible to break that symbiotic relationship at all, or is it just impossible?
One way to have it is to have a truly independent labor movement, and so that means this is more of a kind of now turning to the left and punching left,
Okay.
having punched right
Okay.
sufficiently. I think
I'm okay with this.
the degree to which, as a result in part of the GOP being so hostile to labor's cause, organized labor's cause, the labor movement has completely been absorbed into the Democratic Party and its various kind of NGOs and magazines and so forth, and media organs, and with the result that labor doesn't
That's just
speak
not
with
true.
an independent enough voice.
What was that?
It's just not true. The Democratic Party and unions are not close. Like they,
That's true. Yeah.
it's the idea that it's like part of the same machinations. The
When he says
Democratic Party has been deeply hostile to unions. I mean, let's talk about Biden and the train union recently. Like this is not, it's bullshit. It's
is
just,
it possible? Like, I think there's a lot. Like,
there's a default because Republicans are openly hostile to them. So yes, they're going to vote Democrat.
yes, but
but it's not
I
the same machinations. It's stupid.
I wonder if one of two things is going on. The first one is just a repeat of before, where he's making inferences about the positions of Democrats based upon their supposedly being to the left of the Republicans. The other one is, I wonder if there's bleed over when he says a labor movement. If he thinks of labor in the UK and he conflates that with the Democrats in some sense and treats
No.
them as the same thing.
No, I don't think so.
No?
He's an
Okay.
American.
I do see that a lot.
When this kind of thing happens, they're like, well, the Democratic Party is for maximal reproductive rights, whatever you think of those issues with like abortion or whatever. And therefore, we have to completely go along. And so they get sort of caught in the sort of trap of the maximal social liberalism, which, by the way, corporations are happy to accommodate, but it leaves the labor movement sort of at the mercy of both the large employer and of politicians who, if anything, it's the politicians who should be chasing labor rather than the labor movement sort of being beholden to what Democratic politicians do. So that's one way to break the symbiosis. The other is just for all of us to be a little bit more like you are, basically kind of roll our eyes at seeing these kind of ping pong culture wars. And I believe me, I've participated in my share of them.
Me too.
I have my cultural views, which are ferocious and but that's at some point you come to recognize that there's no progress being made for the common good in those things. It's just pure kind of fakery, and so we have to all be able to, as individuals, a little bit roll our eyes at it and move on, because otherwise it is this kind of symbiosis in which grifters on both sides gets clicks, and the assetless few and corporate America continues to sort of
I just want to drink for a moment.
Okay.
Speaking
there is a fucking irony at an extraordinary level for this to be happening with Shu on stream. Isn't her entire fame and everything comes solely from playing in that identity politics war?
I'm not sure how far it would go with that, because I think
the last 3 videos I think she's put out have been mocking generally one side or the other of that and laughing.
Oh no,
about
recently,
it.
but that doesn't account for her like current position. That's just stuff she's engaged in recently. We're talking about like what accounts for her success or like her.
Well, then fine. In the last year
positionality.
or two, I've gone back through. I watched a handful of videos after the last time you had an interaction with them.
Yeah.
It's this. That's her whole thing. That is her whole thing. It's your shtick. And so, like, what can we do? Oh, literally nothing you do. Everything you do makes this worse. And that's the fact he didn't say that is hilarious to me. Shows how little he actually cares about what he's talking about. but the lack of self-awareness of like, hey, everything I do and what I put forward on the platform and everything I push forward, despite being entertaining, and I have laughed. She was funny. She was funny. But everything you do is actually the thing that I'm saying is the very problem at the center of it. And to have no irony in that is, I think, beautiful, actually.
Is it?
I mean, that's
let
amazing.
me hear that one more time. Let me just for my clarity. So
And then go to Shu's page after this and let's look at the title of her last 100 videos.
Roll our eyes at seeing these kind of
let's go back like a minute here.
And of
Right there, perfect.
politicians who, if anything, it's the politicians who should be chasing labor rather than the labor movement sort of being beholden to what democratic politicians do. So that's one way to break the symbiosis. The other is just for all of us to be a little bit more like you are, basically kind of roll our eyes at seeing these kind of ping pong culture wars. And I believe me, I've participated in my share of them.
Me too.
I have my cultural views, as Yuda knows, which are ferocious and like, but that's at some point you come to recognize that there's no progress being made for the common good in those things. It's just pure.
So that seems reasonably self-aware. I think the general point is just that, like, this stuff that you're in.
Really?
Well, they basically just said exactly what you said. Like, it's not doing anything. I don't know if, because like, what are we doing? We're doing something essentially similar. It's not helping anything. It's for our own edification.
No. I would. So here's where I disagree. I think as a basic thing, we don't just sit and make jokes. As a thing.
Fair.
We're talking about here. Go read this. Go talk about this. Here's ways you can interact. If every one of Shu's videos or this guy's videos ended with, here are ways you can go about it, get involved in local politics. I say every time I'm on your goddamn stream, go find out what's happening in your local community. There's no such thing as national politics. It's a lie. All of it's a lie. Narratives are lies. Talk to your local community. Go do things. I'm actually myself going and doing things and getting involved in local politics. I'm actually doing shit that is, I don't think it's things he would like at all, because he doesn't. But again, it's, it's taking part. We roll our eyes. Yes, your entire career is rolling eyes, but the rolling the eyes is the back and forth at the same time. This is, again, one of the things that makes me nuts. His entire book is about this sort of left and right, how they battle back and forth, the woke left and the crazy right, and the battles back and forth. But the thing he's saying to do here, he's like, we need to roll our eyes and laugh at them. We do that. I take part in that. I do that all the time. But we just need to do more of that. And it's like, but it makes no progress. So what's your solution? Oh, no, that thing I just said to do more of it.
Well, there's like a schizophrenic switch between an emphasis on the local, and maybe this is like the crux of the problem with the book. But then, as you were saying, there's an odd sense that the only important arena is the national, and at that level, the only thing that you as an individual can really do is precisely that rolling of the eyes as loudly as possible. So it neuters your capacity to engage locally, sort of in a psychological level.
But they're the thing that they're saying they're rolling their eyes at. All three of them actually on this thing. If we look at him, his previous books are specifically shitting on and playing that same game from the conservative point.
I guess I'm allowing
his
for
entire.
this.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm allowing. I guess I'm allowing for this to be like a realization of the futility of what they have been doing, and not just a deep seat, because they can do that. There can be like a recognition of like the inefficacy of this. Meanwhile, it's still your job. It's still you do to make money. There's not necessarily a reason to not do that, just for that not to be taking the place of something real, perhaps, if what you're doing is harmless. I don't know.
It's when your solution is the very thing, and I don't believe it is the solution. So again, I'm not even critiquing that Shu does that or this. It's my point is that in their own words here, they're doing the thing they're saying they need to not do, but also is the solution to the thing they need to do in order to stop the thing that they're doing. And this feels like sophistry at an extraordinary level to me. I don't believe it affects it. I don't think anything they do, because ultimately it's the right wing fighting the right wing. Whatever it is, it doesn't bother me. That's capital moving forward. I don't think it affects any of it. So, yeah.
Kind of fakery, and so we have to all be able to, as individuals, a little bit roll our eyes at it and move on, because otherwise it is this kind of symbiosis in which grifters on both sides gets clicks, and the assetless few and corporate America continues to sort of wield legitimacy over right and left.
Speaking to the right sort of notion of the working class as the small business owners who, like you said, there's probably also a racialized component to it, but it almost still seems very stuck in the past, because it reminds me of the part of Lincoln's address that you cite, where the idea was for a long time in this country that, well, a laborer or a person would be born and they would toil under someone else for a time, accrue surplus or land or tools, and then they too could eventually become something of the business owner, or they could employ the new beginners beneath them. But in time, of course, with the rise of the Industrial Revolution and other factors, that really wasn't a reality anymore. The promise of, well, if you put your nose to the grind, you too can have a stake in all this. Whereas now we see that people are just wage slaves. I mean, the bulk of our economy is propped up by people who are subject to wage slavery. And then on the right, there's this refusal to acknowledge it, or there's this ignorance of it. Is it being just stuck in theory of these think tanks and Ayn Rand novels, or is it financial incentivization? Is it both? I mean, is there a way to wake these people up? Because I'm coming from the right, obviously, and so I can criticize the left and I can say everything I think about the left, but I want to shake people who are ostensibly my allies, right, into reality. And there are some, I guess, strands of optimism with certain elected officials and rhetoric at the very least, but it seems unshakable. And really, after something of a letdown in the 2022 midterms as well, I mean, with the exception of Vance, I'm less optimistic now than I was 2 years ago about this sort of realignment.
Same here, and that's reflected in my remarks here, and sort of in the book's acknowledgement section, where I sort of lay out my card and say, like, this book was conceived at a moment of optimism, and then what I actually ended up writing is sort of more sober. I'm in the same boat. Like 2 years ago, I really thought, like, people like you, Yuda, and me, were going to take over the right, and it's going to be, a working class right, a right that, pays a due respect to ordinary people's yearning for social order and cohesion, etc. Those kind of cultural things that you and I, certainly cherish. But that would also take, that would really salve the wounds of people wounded by neoliberal economics and sort of abandon the
and I think I'm
Reaganomics. But
becoming skeptical of anyone who uses the term ordinary people. I think that's becoming a red flag for me. Because it's a category a lot of people use that I have seen, and I don't see people I like using it.
I mean, maybe any reference to any demographic, really, as if they have agency or some kind of homogenous perspective. I don't know.
It's tough. The way they're talking about all this is again, the book has a lot of good shit in it. I'm not disagreeing with a lot of the premises and the stuff it talks about, but this is the challenge you run into when you start having the entire section on Lincoln, for example, which goes into and talks about how Lincoln, it almost excuses it because Lincoln talked about the free man and the employee, the worker, free work as a way to fight slavery, like he was doing that, which he fucking wasn't. Like, it's just very, very odd specific threads that are in here. I'm more and more noticing their specific language. Ordinary person is a thing that came up in the book a few times, but hearing him say it and how he says it, this isn't like Francois Laruelle, the biography of an ordinary man, which is a fucking really good book, by the way. This is ordinary people, hoi polloi.
It's
kind
a
of mentality,
it's a silent majority
which
kind of
doesn't
language.
exist.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a categorization that I think I find trouble with anytime there's a play like that.
By the same token, like the simplistic class division that he introduces in the book, it kind of anchors it a tiny bit. Not enough. I don't know.
Well, the challenge is he doesn't get into how capitalists gain their power. Because again, when he's talking about like how corporations got here, there's a lot of contingent specific things, but there is not a systemic critique. It's, hey, we lost newspapers here. Hey, laws here. Corporations grew here. Power consolidated here. All of these things. But it never moved into the place of understanding how ultimately labor gets turned into capital. Capital excesses get taken by a handful of people who then use that capital excess to hire more capital, do less work themselves, and end up having speculative markets that move. Marx, and the Marx critique, which I think, again, has been done better by other people. Since then, Suzanne de Brunoff, I think, has done a phenomenal job recently with Marx. I recommend her works all the time. I am a Deleuzian person, and I believe Deleuze ultimately is basically the most Marxist that there is. But it's like there's a lot of people who've done it. That's all, but he doesn't do that. He never makes that step into how the financial systems work, just that they're broken. And that's not a systemic critique. That's a contingent critique.
It's a foot in the door, though.
No, it's the opposite. Because if you talk about things contingently, necessarily you're not talking about the whole.
No. But here's where
ordinary. That's why you talk about ordinary people, or you enable us to sit in a place where you pretend that the capitalist has power, because then you pretend that there's a handful of people who do have agency. The same way when we talk about, you hear pseudo leftists talk about Russia or Africa or anyone else.
I'll meet you halfway. And this actually folds back to your critique of Shu earlier. You're assuming that somebody's actually taking the book and running with it. My expectation is the average person who reads this is going to read the first little bit, not finish it, and they're just going to take the immediate critiques at that level, and that's going to color things going forward. The danger is when you have people in my position, or my position at a much higher scale, who find an investment in actually running with it and repeating it and using it kind of as a scaffolding.
I can agree to a point. I tend to personally believe that all of us are ultimately emotional first and rational second. So my internal sort of desire of things, my investments socially happen before I even think about them or consider them. So as such, I kind of have two parts. There's the sort of semi-rational, I understand where I sit within society. You might say my class state place, where my class is. I'm a white guy. I'm in sort of middle-ish class. Maybe, I don't know, lots of people would put me in different areas. I'm in Pacific Northwest. I know where I sit socially. But those things are things I have to cognitively be aware of. Where I sit before that is really a question of one of two directions. Either I'm revolutionary and I'm hoping for change, or I'm reactionary and I'm looking to have stability and paranoid reactions to everything. The book, as it's written, feeds fervor to the revolutionary anger, 100%, but it does nothing on the other side to allow those class interests to be able to be properly placed. So you'll end up with people who are angry, but right-wing. Because they believe themselves to be right-wing. Sad.
2 years hence, this bizarre mode of conservatism that rails against Wall Street, but like you look under the hood and its policy platform would redound to the benefits of Wall Street,
right?
Or a conservatism that rails against big tech, in terms of going on Fox News or creating soundbite moments at congressional hearings where you sort of skewer Mark Zuckerberg, but then actually doesn't pursue any of the policy agenda that would actually rein in big tech power. More than that, meanwhile, I have to admit, it's like Senator Liz Warren, who has I think a decent plan called the Stop Wall Street Looting Act, which is one of the issues in this book about what one kind of coercion is the way that Wall Street corrodes the real economy. The real economy is where we like, build stuff, create
right.
services that are useful to ordinary people. Things that people would recognize as a useful thing.
Again, that's that same language. The real economy, real working class. It again pushes towards that normative, hard work, labor, working. I will tell you right now, as far as the economy is concerned, Wall Street's doing a bang up job. Like they're not making anything, but to say there's no economic growth because of them is silly outright for a lot of reasons. Internationally, we can even say so. So but it's placing that. It's the blue collar right wing rhetoric of never trust a man who doesn't have calluses on his hands kind of bullshit. Sorry.
No,
that
fine.
part of the economy over the past 2 generations has become much more subservient to the financial side of the economy, where people, the more I sort of, it's funny, it's one of those like IQ curves where it's like, the supposedly dumb person is like, this isn't anything useful, this is nonsense. And the high IQ person on the other end
I have
is
no
like,
idea what he's
this
saying.
isn't real stuff, it's all nonsense. Only the sort of the midwit who's like, oh yeah, derivatives are totally useful to the economy. The more research I do, the more I come back to the simple view is like, what are you doing you're just moving money around, mainly out of the real economy into your own asset ledgers. This is just corrosion. So then I sometimes look at the left and center left. I'm like, okay, Warren has that plan. Lena Khan, who's used to be on the.
All right, go on.
I am not a fan of late stage financial capitalism or debt capitalism or Wall Street. I'm not a fan of any of these things. But to say they do nothing except move money around is pretty silly.
I don't know. Have you seen them doing something other than moving money around? I haven't.
Yes, I have. Buying houses and stock and assets and water rights and cattle and farms and global businesses around the world. With that money, they're just moving around. That really doesn't work and actually is controlling and forming all of our production in mass. And again, not new. That's the other thing that I kind of went, what the fuck? Is if there's a specific organization to it that's new, but Rockefeller did the same thing. George Washington did the same thing. Moving money around is how this works. Money's real. Money's a thing. It's bullshit in its own way, but this is again, I'm going to go with your words, this is baby's first marks. Sometime you'll realize capital is a real thing and has material consequences and output, and you'll realize Marx is going, hey, actually, capital, I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm saying here's what it does. It does things.
I'm trying to understand what he means by moving money around, if not that.
There is a populist belief that I don't want to say Jews in a cave somewhere, but it's not far away from that mentality where, hey, I'm numbers on a screen. I'm going to move my numbers to your numbers, and then we're going to act like it's bigger. People think that that's actually what these people are doing, when in reality there's an incredibly complex economic instruments in line that have output and that do have effects, that do things in the world. They're acting like this shit doesn't matter, and it's just stupid. This is very, very sad, especially for someone who's as learned as he is. I'm actually kind of shocked that he would take that tactic. Again, I hate these economies. I'm not a fan of this shit. But to say it doesn't do shit, it does very much.
At congressional Democratic staffer,
the FTC now, right?
It's now the President Biden's competition czar at the Federal Trade Commission. They're doing serious stuff about this stuff. Meanwhile, the so-called right populists just, they talk about big tech at Wall Street, but these are cultural signifiers for them. It's nothing to actually do anything about. So I don't know. But to answer your question, do I see green shoots or signs of hope? Well, one is if any of these people are really serious about holding on to the new crop of working class voters who are voting for the GOP, they have to deliver. And see, here's where I have a small but persistent kind of small d democratic faith, is that working class people are smart. And after a while, if you just kind of peddle fakery, they sense through that. I argue that the 2022 midterms was already a sign that they like weren't excited about what the Republican Party was offering on these kind of material issues.
Sure.
So they have.
Again, I don't disagree with some of his points. Certainly, the 2022 midterms were, I found them to be very happy. I was happy because I was worried we'd get stomped. I worked on a local campaign here and did phone bank and everything, try to turn a seat. We flipped a seat. She ended up sucking, but she's still better than the fucking psycho we were going to have. But like the 2022 was proof that like the Trumpers aren't excited anymore.
Look at this asshole.
Shirt is one of my favorites, going through a reprint. By the way, God is metaphysically necessary.
I hate this.
I mean, I
so
agree
much.
with that, but my God is the Spinozist God, so does that count?
Okay, just shut up. Back to this.
Have to do that, and I think there are lawmakers out there whom I think, do I endorse every single thing they stand for? No, but I think they mean the rhetoric and they want to do right, and they're trying within the constraints of the modern Republican Party. So I'll name names.
There's no one in the Republican Party. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. I shouldn't have interrupted. I want to hear. Is he saying these are the good ones? Josh, is that Josh Hawley? Is that Josh Hawley? I love this. I
only recognize the one on the left.
I kind of want you to just pause here and we'll do a research stream on all these guys. I want to know what he says first, because I don't want to presume he might be saying these are the shitty ones.
That is Hawley. Who's
yeah, that's Hawley.
Who's White Sardon?
Not
Sorry.
But Hawley is the only one we really need to talk about. Everyone else there is funny. Rubio is a political fuck, and I'm not going to talk about the other shithead. I hate all these people. But can you go back 20 seconds? I just want to hear if he's saying these are the good guys and how he talks about them.
See, we're at 2558.
I argue that the 2022 midterms was already a sign that they weren't excited about what the Republican Party was offering on these kind of material issues. So they have to do that, and I think there are lawmakers out there whom I think, do I endorse every single thing they stand for? No, but I think they mean the rhetoric and they want to do right, and they're trying within the constraints of the modern Republican Party. So I'll name names. I think Marco Rubio, is definitely on the right track here, and he's one who's probably the most serious on this stuff. Senator Josh Hawley, Senator J.D. Vance. Sure. Now, I know a lot of left people will hear that and say, oh, but J.D. doesn't support XYZ Act. And I know that
no,
doesn't
that's not at all the response.
The exact.
Well, let's hear it.
He wrote a book called Hillbilly Elegy. He wrote Hillbilly Elegy. That's his book. Okay? And it's mostly lies. It's supposed to be an autobiography. It's mostly lies. We've talked about it. It's like he just basically did these sort of large-scale bullshit thing. He's a liar. We know he's a liar who makes up stories in order to get populist people on his side. And we know he just bullshitted about a whole bunch of stuff.
Has it been confirmed to be?
And he doesn't allow it. Hillbilly Elegy is like the white man's burden version of poverty. It talks about basically how it's, the white hillbilly is the truly oppressed underclass. It's just beyond insane. He absolutely has nothing to do with any of these things. And he ultimately brings up and relies and talks about and uses terms from classical eugenics. He's a fucking lunatic. He's a piece of shit. So again, it's not that he doesn't support this. Irrelevant. Josh Hawley should be in jail. I want to, before I get this, that's my opinion, because Josh Hawley is an ass. But Josh Hawley is a psychotic. These people are insane.
Let's see. Rape kit audit.
He'd done a bunch of shit. He's got a bunch of scandals and bullshit with him.
Hang on. Oh.
He was part of the attempt to turn over the election, and there's a famous photo of him in front of it's on his Wikipedia, I'm pretty sure, and so you'll see it.
Did anything come of the blackmail allegations?
nothing comes of any of these things. These people are rich and wealthy and powerful.
Okay.
So none of these people that he put up there, I have objections to because of occasional policy decisions. I'm certain that they aren't serious about it because they are not interested in what they say, because they've shown that by voting otherwise and by saying otherwise and showing that they're liars. So this is the problem with this guy in this book, because that's what he does.
Here we go.
Josh
So
Hawley sucks.
on
Yeah, there's
July-
video. Gabriel nails it. He's one of the guys who like out in front. There's a photo. He's like fist bumping the Proud Boys, like, yeah, fucking take them on, fucking do it, and then running like a bitch through the hallways as they're charging inside because he's a fucking coward.
So this was kind of interesting. So July 16, 2019, at the National Conservatism Conference, organized by Israeli professor Yoram Hazony, Hawley said, quote, "For years, the politics of both left and right have been informed by a political consensus that reflects the interests of not the American middle, but of a powerful upper class and their cosmopolitan priorities. This class lives in the United States, but they identify as citizens of the world." Okay.
Yeah, these are all
Interesting.
both those guys, Jan 6 traders, 100% data list is spot on. But Marco Rubio being included there is almost laughable on its face. That's one of the, like, you don't know American politics, you don't have to, but like if there is a thing to clip, it's, here are the 3 people I think are doing the right thing and I trust them. The left doesn't like some of their policy positions. It's absurd. These people don't believe in democracy in any capacity and are happily willing to overturn it to gain power. That's it.
Way that we on the left would want them to speak. But I
We
think
on
you
the
have
left?
to like
Did he say,
give people
never mind.
I
Don't care. don't
am
care.
curious. I'm curious.
No, I think
probably
he's
the most serious on this
caricaturing.
stuff.
He's caricaturing people on the left when he says that. We on the left don't like it. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
Senator Josh Hawley, Senator JD Vance. Now I know a lot of left people will like hear that and say, "Oh, but you know, JD doesn't support XYZ Act," and I know that, like, or doesn't speak about these issues the exact way that we on the left would want them to speak. But I think you have to like give people credit and notice that they're really trying to come along.
We talked about sort of some disappointments on the right, especially in the past few years. I know June, sort of as an analog to myself and maybe to you too, had frustrations with the left.
I liked this book a lot because a lot of the frustrations I've had for a long time were pretty much laid out in a much smarter way than I could have. I liked having my opinions validated by people who like know more of what they're talking about. But I came to these conclusions like years ago, and what you call lifestyle leftists, people have many names for these people, SJWs, the left calls them woke scolds. But we all know like the type of people that you're describing, and they're really disappointing because I feel like a lot of their energy isn't where it should be. And how would you describe a lifestyle leftist for those unaware?
Okay, here we go.
So I have to give credit where it's due. In the book I do, the term itself I borrow from the leader of Germany's left party, Sarah Wagenknecht, who is an old school social democrat, basically, is an old school leftist. And what she means by lifestyle leftism is basically a leftism that is obsessed with policing people's consumer behavior, ordinary people's consumer behavior, or the kind of language that they use, rather than, you know, the old school commitments of the left toward building a society that's where exploitation is a little bit less rife, where ordinary people just are able to live more comfortable lives and aren't so harried and miserable. You know, it's not that hard. And so, I mean, examples of that include, I give this one example, which is kind of infamous on the left, but it's a really apt one. There's a reason for it, which is, you know, the outdoor gear chain REI had a podcast not too long ago, just a few months ago, led by their chief diversity officer. And she began by saying, "Hi, my name is so-and-so. I use she, her pronouns, and I just want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you today from the traditional lands of the Ohlone people." And the topic of the podcast was why you shouldn't join a labor union.
Oh no!
Yeah.
That's such a blatant example of it, and there's much more subtle versions. But the bottom line is that, as Wagenknecht argues, first of all, constantly dividing people by the ever more boutique and exotic identitarian forms of identification. Well, actually, that makes it harder to build workplace solidarity, right? Like that's good for
Correct.
bosses.
That's why it's a reactionary thing. Correct. Very well done. So follow that line, find where it leads you. Please go there.
You can divide up people ever more, and everyone feels like I don't have in common anything with my fellow workers or people who are situated consumers, etc., because I'm such and such, I'm gay, black, da 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 da, they're white, this, that. And so it hinders solidarity. And it also
Wagenknecht is not a leftist. Okay, but this guy refers to liberals as leftists.
Yeah, he did say and sort of correct himself by saying she's more on the Soc Dem side, which is, I think, accurate. That's why because I had the same reaction. I was like, I don't know about leftist, but Soc Dem, again, anyone who's left of Trump is a leftist to these people at this point, it seems.
also lends legitimation to, gross policies on the part of corporate America.
Can't we
like
just divide people
case,
into ordinary and exceptional? Come on.
I think we already do that.
Well, I'm saying that's what he would say.
Oh.
I don't want a union.
These ordinary
but,
people.
I'm actually a really good person because I use she, her pronouns, and I do land acknowledgments before I go on my union busting rant.
Well, and another example I think you gave on the same page or right around there was about.
I think that's fair.
No, it's spot on.
Yeah.
It's almost like the corporate world and places that require capitalism to function and want money necessarily have to give in to the normative liberal order in order to continue to do that and not find themselves in dire anti-profit needs. Oh my God. Why would a company do this? I can't imagine if there's reasons. They're probably leftists. Corporations, those leftist things.
About Carolyn Maloney, the progressive lawmaker from New York, and there was a story about corporate CEOs who make $200 million or something, and her response to this was, "Where are the women?" It wasn't. It wasn't. Why do we have these people making $211 million a year? It's, well, why aren't women making it too? There's no even. It's almost like the water in which they swim. They've given up asking.
That's right. The leftist, the famous leftist screed, where we talk about, we don't talk about profits from the ruling class ever. That's what leftists do, very famously. Right? That's how you know that woman was a leftist who did that, the CEO. It's a leftist thing. What the fuck, man?
Again,
what makes that woman a leftist is all I want to ask. Just what's the reason?
Soc Dem's in her title somewhere on Wikipedia. I have no idea. I can't think of anything else. But once again,
no. They're talking about a woman who, like a rich woman. They're talking about someone who's a reactionary capitalist, literally. The example that he's talking about in the book, it's insane.
Yeah, but okay, so we have people like Wick calling themselves leftists. Everybody calls themselves a leftist if they want to distinguish themselves from the hard right. And then nobody gives a shit about the nuances in between. So,
correct.
I just don't know how much to comment on this because this all comes down once again to his categorizations are so fraught and non-specific that basically makes the analysis useless unless you just kind of guess your way through, which is fine to a certain extent depending on who it's targeting, but it's
gross inequality here. Now it's just, well, why can't women also be plutocratic oppressors, right? That's
a really good one. And, again, my ideal, what I argue for, my ultimate commitments are, I'm a Catholic. And so I'm not a socialist. I don't favor, the abolition of private property or full, state ownership of every enterprise. I think there are things that markets do well, and we learned that. But that I just think that politics should override market imperatives. Not in every case, but when they come.
Okay, but what does that mean, though? You're averse to literally any kind of actual radical intervention in political forms.
Ah, oh God, this is like I love liberalism. We just need to think about it and not do it and be good. Good. Be good. That's all. Not change things. We don't want to change things. I don't want to change things. I like the system, but people suffer and I don't like that. It makes me feel bad.
To clash, the common good is more important. This is an old kind of social democratic, Christian democratic ideal, and so again, going back to the sort of high watermark era of that worldview, the New Deal era in the United States, it's not like bosses weren't making more money than their workers. I mean, there's somewhat inevitable, and I think anyone who's realistic will see that. But there's something obviously different from like a boss making $500,000 a year compared to workers who make $50,000 a year versus the boss making $211 million a year, which was the highest one in that chart.
This is the change. This is the change he doesn't want to talk about. What CEO means and what boss means changed.
Right.
Because up until when unions were powerful and they had more pull, we'll talk about before and after. So like pre-New Deal, pre-workers' rights, and then post that. The role of person in charge was the capitalist. They were the industrialist. CEOs are managers at this point. They weren't really a thing. They weren't as in corporations. But someone who was a president of a company, they made 500, 600,000 because they were workers, because they are fucking workers.
Yeah.
Like the people who actually run a company and managers fucking work. So when we were in the 50s and 60s and car companies and manufacturing was happening, CEOs started showing up and they started making good money, but they never made the insane numbers they do now. The shift changed when CEO roles became effectively a representative not of the workers in the management, but instead of the investors of the group. And their first duty became to the board and the investment group. This is actually a huge fucking deal in our country and in our world. That change shifted. So it's no longer that the person's working 600, 700K to manage all the people internally to build the business up, but instead they're there like a Musk actually to inflate the value of the company on the stock market. So they make, and I'm not going to say CEO wages are not insane, but they don't make money because they're managing downwards. That's not their fucking job. Their job is to manage upwards. They're there to put $1 billion, $10 billion, $100 billion in the pockets of the actual industrialists. So they work for those people and are paid at the bottom of that. What a CEO gets is the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the people involved in that side, even though it's in orders of magnitude larger than the people below them. Their job is different. Again, not the critique they want to talk about, but that's a completely different thing.
Carolyn Mahoney was responding to 211 versus workers making on average like 36,000, precarious without good healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, yes, and then to respond, like, well, where are the girl bosses here?
Right. Where are the girl bosses? Exactly.
Because she's like from her position. Again, if you don't understand how this works, and from her position, she's looking at like, well, why aren't more women working for the board? Because she doesn't see it in the same way. She's looking at it from the people who are above. And the people above, by the way, the people below, fungible. You are a commodity. Your labor is a commodity. You make $36,000 the same way you pay $5 for a burger at McDonald's, because you are commoditized as much as anyone else. You are worthless. You are just as useful as anyone else. That CEO who's the bottom of that capitalist thing, they're not worthless. They're able to drive that upward value into the billions of dollars. That's why they make that money versus this. It's a misunderstanding of how the system works at a fundamental level, which, again, is always sad on the people on the right and how they fuck it up. It's very, very weird.
Well, it's because sophistication on the right generally... Oh, thank you. Sophistication on the right generally is precisely this. You're a vaguely Republican voting person who reads some 600-year-old texts, talks about them a little bit, has a statue PFP, and that's the intellectual elite on the right. They're largely because the actual structural approach is almost entirely saturated with Milton Friedman types, and just nobody gives a shit. I don't know. It's botched.
It's broken.
There's
The system's broken.
Well, it's not even the system's broken. There's an acknowledgement of a genuine cultural gap that results from all of the stuff that he's talking about aptly. But by separating the sort of like all of these ethical things from the real world and focusing instead on the absence of God, they cede virtually all of the ground to literally anybody else, and all they can talk about is the absence of Aristotelian.
Yes.
Yeah.
100% though, this is my critique of the book, because the thread through it is the thing that matters. And well, everything in the book is correct. Again, I'm not knocking any of this. These are shitty things that need to be fucking looked at. The underlying thing of like, well, look, they're pushing and pulling us. We just need to like work together and be angrier, which is like not even an answer. It's not even a thread, but it harkens back that each of these things is almost a stochastic result of other people's actions rather than the actual working. Like, shit's working as intended. These are not bugs, these are features. And to not go, well, then we need to look at how everything's built, which is not what they want to do. Instead, they want to look at World of Warcraft and they want to complain that this class is overpowered, or the Diablo, this weapon needs to drop more often, instead of going, well, actually, the underlying systems of the games are broken. The underlying thing is fucked up. That's too much work. And it also makes sure that all the stuff you've gotten, I've got a bunch of good items in Diablo. I don't want those worthless. I mean, that'd be awful. Everything's about patch notes, man. Everything ultimately comes down to bitching about Diablo patch notes. It's the same.
Well, I think just connecting this to like
Because I hate Diablo. We can have that discussion another time.
Diablo 2's okay.
Diablo is not a game.
Diablo 2 is sort of a game.
Diablo is not a game.
How?
Well, you literally do things to get numbers to go up. You have no skill or mastery as you grow. The numbers grow as you play in any incremental game. It's no different than Cow Clicker or
Monopoly.
Cookie Clicker. Monopoly, you actually have to make choices whether or not you buy things.
I have to make choices in Diablo. I have to click that imp instead of that imp.
But it doesn't change anything in the end. You go slightly faster through the game. That's the skill. And the numbers go up. Numbers go up. Numbers go up.
So what happens in Monopoly? You get more...
Closest you get to that is that it becomes a management game. But even then, that's not what people really think they're playing. Because you're managing inventory.
Part of my whole, like, I've been mocking that for like, I don't even know, 9 years now.
I know.
But this part in your book, see how much I've highlighted it, because I was like I was so excited. I was like so excited about this. But you praise social democracy a lot. I know I sort of touched on
my
this,
highlights look
but
like.
that's
I don't know if you can see it. It's
my
big goddamn question marks marking entire sections.
Oh my God.
I went through. I've got a bunch of notes. I went through and I made notes, but a lot of it's like, what the fuck? Look this up. What the fuck? Look this up.
This is the only digital book I've like used this way, because typically I only read novels on my Kindle because I need to mark up my books. It's driving me crazy. You can't find this book anywhere here. It's actually ridiculous. Just nobody stocks
I'll send
it.
you my copy when I'm done with it.
But you've destroyed your copy.
It's just got highlights. You can read over the highlights. It's a
I can't highlight over a giant question mark over the text block. This is going to be so distracting.
Use a blue highlighter.
ideology, because I don't think America could even be a socialist country, and even if it did, I feel like it would just do it really terribly, and it would just be awful. But so I tend to be more social democratic because I feel like it's a more realistic goal for us, and we've seen it work all around the world, and we've seen it work here, like in part, sort of what you were saying, like during the New Deal era.
See, no one knows what the New Deal was. It's amazing to me. It's like a panacea. People talk about like it was this like socialist utopia. And it was like
no, it was top down. It was top down public work projects and
yeah.
It
giving people when you drive across the country, you will see in our country you'll see national parks, and like up ahead is a stopping place, and there'll be a plate and the national park. That's what they literally paid people to go around
to go make gardens, to go fill in lots and dig ditches.
Again,
which is good.
I'm down with that.
Yeah.
I think that's great. But that's not, that's not social democracy in any sense of any word. It slightly strengthened workers' rights. It didn't guarantee health care. It was during the war. It didn't even guarantee the right to like get loans. This huge percentage of the population it left aside. If
you watch Glenn Beck in the early 2000s, you know what she's talking about. That's socialism right there.
Around this time where you're praising social democracy, you talk a little about neoliberalism, and you describe it as like the anti.
Someone's debating Glenn Beck's. Oh, I think actually. Shoot, I think Sarabha Mari is actually debating Glenn Beck soon. I'm kind of perversely intrigued by that. It'll be funny. It'll be funny.
I don't need that. I've got good books to read. I don't need that.
Well, you can read it while we're watching it.
I'll watch you debate Pearl. Get Pearl to debate you. I'll watch you debate Pearl. Pearl is hilarious to watch. She is a useless bag of shit in a human sack, and that's fucking great.
I agree, but Pearl's not going to talk to me. I have like no following.
No, so I'm not going to watch anything. That's how that works.
Rainbow bench, which is perfect. That's always my go-to, like the gay bench with the anti-homeless like things on it. It's like it's so perfect. But can you go into like a little bit, like just a small summary about like how
if you don't like it, you don't have to sit
neoliberalism has just been so poisonous.
I'm just glad they put color
and
on
kind of like
something.
helped.
Oh god,
color on things is good.
I agree if they're maintained. The problem with the rainbow paint everywhere is that when you put that shit onto like crosswalks and that wears down and you don't maintain it, it's like, here, now let's have a bunch of smeared pride flags everywhere.
Yeah, it's whenever large scale government stuff happens, the left is not cheering for that. Like again, this is corporate neoliberal order doing those things. Yes, this isn't the leftists. This isn't any of that. So why don't you take a second? Let's join us. Because if you care about these things and you claim you do, we can talk about the systemic cures for these things that we can start implementing immediately and slower over time through local politics.
Here's what frustrates me. They're talking like there weren't very loud complaints about the pink washing of banks at like pride events. Like this wasn't a thing. Like it wasn't a very loud thing that people were really angry about corporations that had historically and ongoing extremely negative relationships with the communities that they're putting like the slogans on to capitalize off of. Like this is a thing that I was aware of back in like 2010.
I also have to say, when it comes to like the rhetoric against banks, primarily I tend to just describe that to people hating Jews, because there's a misunderstanding of like the role banks have played in small communities for the last 200 years. If anyone,
I'm using that example. I'm just using that just very quickly. I'm using that example because locally there was like I think it was a CIBC or something had like the big pink thing, and there were like local papers where people were complaining about it for that reason. It wasn't
Have you watched It's a Wonderful Life?
I haven't actually.
Yeah, most of your generation and younger haven't, and would be really fucked up if
Glenn
you did,
Beck watched
because
it.
The hero owns a bank. The hero's the banker. He's the guy we want to have live, because once upon a time, small banks basically were local lenders, and they basically helped people buy houses and take care of businesses. And this was a thing that happened in small towns because someone had money, they'd pull it down from other people, they'd invest in the community, and they'd handle that in and out. And there's like a use. I'm not saying, again, positive, but what we hate is we hate the consolidation of these banks. Wonderful documentary about 2008 where basically as they started to realize they had these toxic assets in the credit default swap market, you saw Bear Stearns and you saw Chase and you saw all these other fuckers, all these giant banks. You saw them like locusts go through small communities and buy all the local banks they could, because those local banks had good assets, because they would only loan to people who really could handle it, because they were in it for the overtime repayment. They weren't doing it as part of a larger financial scheme. And so all of those smaller banks disappeared because of this. And so when we talk about banks, again, it's really an extraordinary, change of how people who don't understand how finance works And I would say the vast majority of people, that's the case. We don't do even in home ec budgeting courses so people can understand how interest rates work, for God's sakes. But like, ultimately, just to finish off It's a Wonderful Life, what's always, if you haven't seen it, it's worth seeing. I do think it's a good movie. I think it is dated, but there's a wonderful SNL sketch that I've always loved where they find the cutting room floor version, the ending they wouldn't allow in theaters, where they realize Mr. Potter, who lives, like, he's the rich asshole in town who's like taking over the bank and going to get George to kill himself. He's the bad guy, where they just go and they fucking murder him. And they fucking kill the fucking rich guy in town. It's a great ending to it. I found the movie itself is like a touching, good little story, but killing Potter at the end is always a very nice bonus. It's worth watching on SNL.
I'll give it a look this week.
Destroy the social democratic thing we had going on for a little while.
Yeah, sure. So I did in the book I kind of give a.
I can't say that. Never mind.
It's useful. Anyone who wants an economic history, I think even libertarians will read this and they'll draw different conclusions from it, obviously, but they would roughly agree with this kind of tripartite economic story that I give. So
I don't know, man. I've met some.
They're all going to come from it being like, man, yeah, these are the problems, and it'll be like the conclusion is, because he doesn't give a conclusion. He's like, we just need to do better. And they'll be like, yeah, we do need to kill more Jews. Like,
no. Okay.
You know who's not going to work with us on this is the Jews and the blacks. Like that's because it ends with that sort of, hey, we just need to do better.
Okay, but like,
Except
look,
for
like
the Jews,
libertarians generally, at least the kind that we rub shoulders with here, they're not going to be super on board with the whole critique of the Friedman Robinson Crusoe thing. Like, they still use that language. Like, you see that everywhere.
Yes, but what they'll take from this, because his entire critique allows for that to continue. This is the reason I hate it. His entire critique is then putting hey, we're not all islands and individuals ultimately dealing with each other. Now, my conclusion is that we're individuals and we all need to do better. Like, it's 100% works inside because there's no systemic critique that ends up becoming self-reflective and an auto-critique of the social order that we're part of. It just doesn't exist in the book. So absolutely, his racism or anyone else's will be able to be taken into account and work perfectly.
So the classically liberal economy was premised on the idea that the state should leave most economic activity alone, that the market should be autonomous from other concerns like common good, etc. And that was a dramatic departure from basically most sort of Western civilization, most classical and Christian ideas of how to structure the relationship between markets and societies and governments. Now, bear in mind that in order to bring about the autonomous market, in fact, the earliest sort of market elites used tremendous state coercion, right? It's not like markets just happen. They don't grow on trees. There were lots of communitarian forms of getting along that had persisted for a long time, which had to be actively destroyed. So the most famous example of this, of course, is the enclosure controversy in early modern England. Prior to that, peasants had these sort of common lands which they could graze, and then you had essentially enterprising noblemen who then became kind of proto-capitalists, taking this land coercively and using it for commercial farming, and that proletarianized lots of former peasants who had lived in dignity beforehand, and just
we don't do that anymore.
Whole rural ways of life. Now, I'm not saying you should romanticize rural ways of life, but just to note that the market system that we know did not come about organically or naturally. It was a result of policy choices. But then, okay, the market.
There's a great book, The Half Never Told, that explains how the market system we have and the financial system we have is specifically because of how we treated chattel slavery and blacks in America. That the banking system as we know it, the larger scale financial thing, amortizing, speculative futures markets, all comes from slavery. That it's not, I just want to correct him a little bit. Wonderful book. I highly recommend it. Very difficult to read. Not in the hard to read. It's actually beautiful prose, but it is
It's miserable.
blunt.
Yeah, it's on LibGen for free, so I just got that. So we'll
100% worthwhile in every single way. It's probably my favorite book on when people say this country was built on slavery and people are like, and you're like, no, they literally built this and this. It's like, no, it's actually way more than that. Like the reason we have futures markets as we know it, and we like it's fucked up. It is royally fucked
It
up.
wasn't defended with a civil war because they
Half
were
has
that
never been told
averse.
thank
They
you.
were that averse to employing white laborers.
There's a whole thing. It's fucking wild. It's a really amazing book. It's like a must read in my world.
Autonomous market is established and it's there, and the
I'll give that a
idea
look.
of classical liberalism is, don't interfere with it, leave it to be as competitive as it can be normally. But
Oh,
that
sorry, Merrick. The book is called "The Half Has Never Been Told: Slavery and the Making of Modern Capitalism." You can find it on LibGen.
created all sorts of problems, right? So, for example, in the United States version of it, the competitive model led to all sorts of problems of overproduction. Like in the railroad industry, just a fourth of railroads went bankrupt in the third quarter of the 19th century. Why? Because everyone was competing, and they were all
That's
trying
not
to
the reason.
Let's hear that again.
version of it. The competitive model led to all sorts of problems of overproduction. Like in the railroad industry, just a fourth of railroads went bankrupt in the third quarter of the 19th century. Why? Because everyone was competing, and they were all trying to undercut each other on price, which is the kind of classic competitive model, and that just led to bankruptcies and disasters.
I would need citations on that. And
well-
I'm not a big expert in rails, but that doesn't sound right to
Well,
me.
rail in particular sounds like one case where that seems relatively impossible because rails don't compete in the same way as airplanes do. They don't go to the same places.
Yeah.
It led to, obviously, ultimately the depression because workers weren't getting paid enough to afford the things they were producing. So it created a demand crisis, et cetera, et cetera. So then out of that cauldron of 2 world wars and global depression, this idea came about of social democracy, and then the right adopted various versions of it, Christian democracy in Europe, Nixon, Eisenhower tradition on the GOP, basically accepting the New Deal. And what was the idea is that, yes, you're going to have markets, but there are various things we need to do to...
Okay, just real quick. I'm just sorry. He's saying a lot of stuff, and I just want to be able to... So, to him, rail, he wasn't talking about when rail failed. Usually when I understand people are talking about it, they mean like this last time, I guess I would say. Like the reason rail's not a big thing, like 50s, 60s, 70s, which is directly ascribed to the interstate highway system and trucking. Like that happened. That's when we did that. So it was not so much that they were competing with each other. It's that the government stepped in and did another thing and ended up having to nationalize the railroads. But even then you're talking about that was only really passenger revenue that went down because they weren't, to your point, really competing when it came to cargo, and they still really don't.
They really don't. Have you ever tried like traveling by train? It's ridiculous because they have to account for the amount of cargo that you're worth as a
Europeans
passenger.
don't get angry because you don't count actually anywhere else in the world. North America has a fucking wildly stupid train system.
To get an economy.
I was going to take a train up to you. I'm in Portland. You're north of Seattle. This is a 3.5 hour, 4 hour drive.
If you're in economy, easily to $1,500.
To drive? What?
Oh no, on the train.
No, I didn't look at the price. It's 14 hours.
Oh, you're
Because
talking about the distance. Yeah.
I'm talking about taking the train there. It's 14 hours. It's a half a fucking day.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the fuck?
What's the reason for that? Is it just not a direct route, or does it just stop a gazillion
Because
times?
it stops multiple times, and there's no like direct. I used to take when I would go to Comic-Con every year when I was working in LA.
Yeah.
because I was in film and entertainment and all that. Every year I'd go down because I was doing panels or I was on them, and I would take the train all the way down because you had the Bayside Express, the San Diego train from LA, from downtown LA to downtown San Diego, and it's nonstop express. Best train ride in America. Not even a question. It's fast, direct, simple with one stop. Beautiful.
Here, let's see.
It's the only time that I'll say that, sadly.
So when I look at trains, let's see, Vancouver to Alberta.
Okay.
Lowest cost. What am I looking at here? These are airplanes. God damn it, this website's useless. Give me a sec. How much does it cost to take the train from Vancouver to Banff? Silverleaf package, 3,316 USD. What is that? That's single level, oversized glass dome. I don't know what that means. I guess it has a skylight. You're looking at a lot. And you're looking at, like, here.
But again, why did they do this? That his oversimplified version of this,
Here.
that they just outcompeted each other, is insane.
This is the glass dome.
Oh,
This is what
God,
this is
the
what three.
Mountaineer.
This is what 3,000. Oh, this is the Mountaineer. But this is what $3,000 gets you. That's
There's a handful of these that are amazing. I love
there?
that shit. Where they're going through the mountains and it's like really high-end trains. We have one that goes from where I'm at in Washington up towards like Boise, and
Okay.
it's like a 6-hour thing, and it's slow, but it's meant to be beautiful. Colorado, we have a handle of those. Where
This
I grew
is to be fair. This is a luxury train. It does feed you.
It's for that.
Yeah.
It's for like people who want to
Okay, that's fair.
enjoy a train ride. Like that's not to take
But
the train.
but hang on,
Like
hang on.
if I'm in, when I was in I landed in
Let me see.
Hamburg, had some business meetings, and I needed to get to Malmo,
Vancouver
and
to
it was
Calgary.
I took like 4 train stops, but it was $80 for first class all the way there,
Yeah.
including all the stops. And I just would get off, throw my shit in a bag, find the nearest pub, down 5 or 6 beers, get back on another train and go. It was great, and I barely survived it.
Okay, I'm misinformed. That's not that bad.
It was beautiful. That was a good drinking across Europe trip. That was a good drinking across Europe trip for me. It ended with me ended up being in Copenhagen during Eurovision. And if you want to be somewhere to drink, that sentence is basically where you want to be if you want to drink.
Let's see, Vancouver to. What if I do Quebec? Maybe that's the number I was looking at. Because I think I was thinking of going to Ontario that way. No, Ontario. Stop that.
It's the closest I have for you. If I want to go up, down from Portland, I head
Jesus
up to
Christ.
Vancouver. I'm in Vancouver, Washington, go up to Vancouver. It's $125 and 8 hours. It's like, what the fuck?
Ontario. Here we go. Ontario.
8 hours. It's wild.
Let's see here. Okay, yeah, $300. Okay, it's not that bad. $355. Granted, that's economy. But
Yeah.
all right.
Constrain their destructive effects. So, above all, it meant that workers should have greater say, to be able to have greater bargaining power for over wages, because then they can actually afford the things that they produce. And you had this 30 years defined by high unionization, great degree of collaboration between business, management, labor, and the government, coordinate economic life. Again, you still had, this was not Stalinism or anything. You still had, private enterprise, but there was just greater coordination between state, society, and market.
Mm-hmm.
And then the
like how he calls it
neoliberals
coordination.
all along were like,
They were like working together well, and they were buddies.
You can go from Prince Rupert to Prince George for $100, which is one of those dome cars. That's not right. It caught. Hang
That'd
on.
be beautiful. See, just have Win post it in the server
Prince
and
Rupert,
go on one of those trips. It's a good trip.
Well, I might now. I thought it was like. I don't know why I thought it was that much.
Beautiful trip.
I think I might have accidentally looked up the luxury train and not realized it was the luxury train. I just took that as exemplary.
Those luxury trains,
No, hang on.
some of them
So
are pretty amazing.
if I go to Expedia, though, so Prince Rupert to Prince George, you're looking at like $830 for a round trip. Some of them are in excess of $1,000. I'm sure they're lovely, but like it's not $100. I don't know what your. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Why is it? No, I want the train. God damn it.
I recommend, if anyone can, it's worth taking the Coast Starlight from San Francisco down to LA. Goes through some really beautiful stuff, Big Sur and all that. Really, really pretty areas. Some good shit.
Oh, all right, whatever.
Let's just go.
Cranks during this period. They were considered fringe. The business elite themselves knew that like the social democratic way of doing things was the consensus way, but they plugged away at their ideas, and sometimes not that the ideas.
No, I'm stupid because when I was looking at Expedia, they'll say like trains, but then it will plug the airport or the Air Canada flights. So yeah, here we go. Price from $97.80. Okay, yeah. So you're right. It's $100. Look at that. Damn.
Do it.
More persuasive with age, like cheese. It's just that social democracy in the 1970s created or led to certain crises. I argue they were not world-shattering crises. But that created an opening for a group of politicians, beginning with Carter actually in the United States, but especially Reagan, Thatcher in Britain, to implement a wholesale kind of new model to displace the New Deal order or the social democratic order.
This is true.
And
Carter doesn't get shit on as much as he
this
deserves.
new thing that came about compared with classical liberal model was that it's not just that no longer that the state would leave markets autonomous. Now going forward, politics had to resemble the market. The market governs everything else as well, so that the market-based metrics proliferate in how we even govern things that you wouldn't even think of. Transactions or seriously human relationships that you never thought about as financial relationships become marketized. So for example, the takeover of public goods like water or emergency services and firefighting, as I write about in the book, by private actors, policing, even privatization, health becoming privatized, pregnancy in the form of surrogacy.
Because the idea of privatization was a term that had to be invented. Like that was a thing we didn't really do. Do you know where that was invented?
I don't actually.
Nazi Germany. Nazis were the ones who did the privatization shit. I can send you a book on it.
Really?
It's like, oh, wow.
Oh, here we go. So the term privatizing first appeared in English with quotation marks in the New York Times in April 1923, in a translation of a German speech referring to the potential for German state railroads to be bought by American companies. In German, the word Privatisierung has been used since the late 19th. Okay, that's the root of the word. Let's see here. Great turn towards privatization is usually thought to become in the 1970s, the Chile's dictatorial regime, but its roots go back further than this. Here, let me just pull this onto the screen, and you can find your source.
I got a bunch of them.
Germany's, as Bell notes, here we go. Reprivatisierung, I'm butchering that, or reprivatization marked the Nazi regime's efforts to denationalize sectors of the German economy. As Bell notes, German privatization of the 1930s was intended to benefit the wealthiest sectors and enhance the economic position and political support of the elite. Nazis sold it. Yeah, so it is. You're right.
Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Yeah, it's 1930s and on because there was people didn't do that shit. Like there were businesses and then there were state-owned things, and but a lot of state-owned things were pushed by, especially in Europe. You're talking about it's not like the U.S. where private businesses sort of built it and government really paid for it, but private businesses pretend like they do today. But this was shit that had been around for a while. Wild, right? It's always a fun thing. It's
I don't think Pippa, I don't think Eudaimonia and Shu are softballing him. I think everybody in this call is probably
they're aligned.
Oh, I think they're aligned, but I think they're probably about as hapless as I would be in this conversation. I'm going to give myself a bit more credit than that, actually, but
I'd love to talk to this guy.
that might not be impossible, actually.
That would be interesting.
That would be interesting. I'll look
You
into
probably
that.
shouldn't do that.
I mean, I'm not gonna stop you.
Yeah, there you go. Fucker.
Becoming privatized.
Well, now it's
So
not gonna happen.
it's this deeper counterattack by the forces of kind of market fundamentalism, where it's not just like leave markets alone. It's the market will also invade what used to be thought of as public by all ordinary people. And that's
insane.
I think the best way to summarize what neoliberalism is, which is a common
That's just because
term that's used.
you're just not in touch with the ordinary person, Brooks. Clearly.
No, it's such a fucking. This is what a peasant says. This is how peasants talk. Right? So a peasant looks at the world and goes, hey, people believe this and that, and they're doing this. And because he's so steeped in sort of this place of his own ideology, he can't imagine that the people like Peter Thiel don't believe in free markets. They don't give a shit. They espouse them, but they absolutely do their best. Elon Musk, great example. I love free markets and freedom of speech. And then literally out the other side of his mouth, just like he was doing AI is going to destroy the world thing he's publishing right as he's starting his own AI company. That's how these people work. Peter Thiel does not give a shit about any libertarian belief. It's about power. It's about Peter Fuckhead. They don't care. Elon Musk, famously, blah, blah, blah. His entire world, though, is built on subsidies. He lobbied and got multiple states, and including the country, to do this thing called carbon credits for cars. So what you would do is if you bought a car or if you made cars that did not have a certain mileage or didn't have, weren't electric, you had to pay money via government stipend. You pay a tax, and then that would then get deposited with the electric car company that was producing those cars. Tesla, he made his own company profitable through the billions of dollars through other car companies. They don't believe in the free market at all. They don't care about this. They make peasants care about it because peasants will cheer the king on while the king laughs about not giving a shit about any principles. So this is what peasants do. This is a peasant mentality.
Any Destiny viewers in the audience? That was for you.
We have to have a good definition of it.
I don't want to upset them.
Hey, you do. They're fun to upset.
One I have, which I borrow from the political theorist Wendy Brown, is neoliberalism seeks to govern society by the market rather than just leaving the market alone.
Right. It renders the state almost subservient to or subordinate to the market. The state exists to facilitate market functions rather than a check on market functions or even just coexisting. And what I thought was very sort of a good way that you put this throughout the book was that neoliberalism is based on a completely false anthropology or false understanding of what it is to even be a human being. Like you said just now, it renders these human relations, which we never would have thought of in economic terms. We would have thought them.
Did you see when I covered the Thiel versus Graeber debate?
Yes.
That was fun.
It was something. I am more laughing at the idea again, just to go back to your baby's first marks.
Yeah.
I just wanted to scream, wow.
Sorry if I'm like low energy, by the way, like it's getting to me.
No, it's fine. It's
Okay.
I'm making up for it, I hope.
I appreciate it.
Wow, the state exists to prop up capitalism and not regulate it? God, I wish someone had written a book about that. It's just, goddamn, baby's first marks across the board. It's very upsetting.
Well written though. It's gripping. You can get through a lot faster than the equivalent amount
Just
of pages
read. There's
of actual Marx.
1,000 books written about Marx's Das Kapital that isn't the book that you can read that you can start moving forward with. You don't have to literally read Marx. I believe you should because I think it's very well written and I think it's very interesting and helps you think about things. But there are other books. There are the good books.
Well, shoot. Name some.
All right. I will go with Suzanne de Brunoff's Marx on Money. Is probably my favorite sort of short version that I think does a very, very good job about breaking down how money and capital operate and how they work. I had it introduced to me a few years ago. I have I've been writing my book for about 2 years now. but it's about how money and capital are not the same thing, where we've conflated this, that currency and commodity capital versus commodity currency versus capital currency or industrial capital. They're not the same thing. And I think Suzanne de Brunoff does an excellent job in Marx of extricating a lot of that and then sort of breaking through. Let's go with pretty much anything. Let me see what I've got. 1 second. I've got like a dozen.
See, the immediate problem with that one is that it has Marx in the title, so the target audience for this won't dare ever pick it up.
Hatred of capitalism. Great.
Yeah, but same deal. Like these people aren't going to pick this up ever. They're not going to look at it.
I'm not at. You didn't ask. Are you
edgy.
asking me for?
Oh no.
Books?
No. I'm in agreement with you. I'm just saying. As
did you ask me for books that are the kind people can read instead of going to Das Kapital? Or are you asking me for books that would be appealing to all those other people?
The first one, I'm just noting as an aside.
Lazzarato wrote Capital Hates Everyone, which I think is excellent.
Capital Hates Everyone?
Mm-hmm. The State, Capital, and Economic Policy, which is more Suzanne de Brunoff. She's Marxist. She's wonderful. Fictitious Capital, I think, is one that would be in line if you liked the ideas of what this guy's putting forward and the financial system. Fictitious Capital.
That's Durand.
I think doesn't. Sorry?
Is that Durand?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Cedric Durand. Let's see. Masumi's a user guy. No. I'll pass on Masumi for now. That's too much. Let's see. Trying not to.
Here, while you think of that, I'm going to run to the washroom, and then we'll continue.
But Das Kapital is good. There are a series of books written around it that I think are very good. Portfolio Society.
Das Kapital is also very daunting for the first 100 or so pages, and then it's nowhere
It's a lot
near.
to get into. It's a lot into.
It's a dense. It really front loads the hard stuff. It gets into. Not that I've gone through the whole thing, but I broke through that. So hang on, I'll be right back.
Portfolio Society brings a lot of those principles. I'm going to ramble while he's gone. Various books. Portfolio Society brings a lot of the principles from Marx and talks about what the underlying point Marx is trying to get at, and he's got a million of them. But one of the big ones is that we need to rethink when we consider how society works. His big thing, and it's actually something the guy goes over in the book that we're going over here, is that labor is where it starts, that product and capital is emergent of labor, not that labor is a part and parcel of capital. That's like Marx's thing. So when you talk about how all these things happen, ultimately it's about how production is organized backwards, how production is able to fall back on labor, how to claim it for itself as if it was the thing that created it. You will hear people talk about, I'm the business creator, the job maker, because I have money, which is silly. Labor made that capital as a thing. Labor makes things. You didn't. So that reorganizing is important. Portfolio Society, I think, is probably my favorite take on understanding the current situation financially that we're in. That's very, very easy to digest as a book. Portfolio Society. It goes into and understands very cleanly how the portfolios of ownership that people have, instead of just this idea of someone having capital. That's not a thing. There's no, like, Scrooge McDuck isn't a real thing. People have portfolios. Portfolios change. Risk changes. What risk means to people and how it works changes. All of this is actually, again, the same point Marx is getting at about understanding that labor is where it begins and that everything is emergent after that. And that is the stuff that, like, Portfolio Society goes after, Capital Hates Everyone goes after. I would have to bring out other things. There's a lot, and I kind of don't want to mention too many. For gamers, there's Marx at the Arcade, which is a great book. It's real. It's a real book. Good book. About kind of games and how games have been co-opted over time by capital. All these things are like, yeah, Marx at the Arcade.
Woodcock.
It is a shitty cover, but it's actually, I thought, a very good read.
Yeah, the cover's fine. Just Space
Yeah, that would be my ramble. Is like just touch any of those things and go to like Verso Books website or Zero. Anything that's like a summary of Das Kapital is worth reading if you're not going to read the main thing. Get the things in there. Get the ideas in your brain so you can look at this guy and laugh like we are and go, this is the problem. You understand the systematic critique, the autocritique, the self-critique, autocritique that capitalism has within itself that Marx is bringing forward. Because then you can start to see why everything he's doing is basically pulling at the threads, but then he's weaving a new story and screaming about it later.
All right, we got 20 more minutes of this. Shall we press on? Okay. Also, Capital isn't dry after the first 40 pages or so.
The second book, I think, is excellent. The second book is actually really, for me, I found it to be engrossing. That's when it like clicked on for me.
I think even Hayek famously endorsed the second book. I don't entirely know how, but
I'd buy it. It's I think the clearest of the three, but the first is a lot.
In social terms, maybe political in a certain sense of the word, but certainly not economic or contractual relations. It's based on a fiction of what it is to be a human and what it is to have a society. And like you said, it's very clearly a top-down project. This was not a natural, organic outflow. And I really like the Thatcher quote that you put in there, where she said, society, it doesn't exist, or something like that. Like there is no such thing as a society to the neoliberal worldview. It's rather a series of market functions, which the state just exists to facilitate. And that's it. Just got such a stranglehold right now. And I guess people in this camp will sort of say the right liberals and the left liberals, they all adhere to the same thing in that regard.
There are signs that neoliberalism is on the wane,
Yeah,
at least at the level of.
sorry, I'm going into the room in Disco Elysium where the
No, it's fine. I almost
crass
almost leave it
Mazov
there.
areas.
The lack of irony. Let me act out this scene and then change the edit slightly. I think it's very fair how we have neoliberalism, which is this top-down thing where they tell the worker what they ought to be doing and they make those demands. Now, can we go back about how we joined the Catholic Church?
I get where you're going with it.
Really? You get where I'm going with the hilariously top-down nightmare land that is that nightmare of a shit-organized religion?
Yeah, but it's
children.
Yeah, but it's different-ish.
Well, no, because it's really. Again,
Yeah,
I mean,
because
you're not being
that's
systemic.
No. See, because that's top down in alignment with natural law. That's
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elite ideology.
I'm too sick for
This
this.
has been going on for a couple of years, in part because of its free trade model was revealed to be so devastating during the pandemic when
Not before
suddenly,
that, though.
It's just so obvious
Never
now.
had a negative time before that. That free trade model. It was during the pandemic we learned that free trade was a problem. Not before that. There was nothing wrong until the pandemic, as far as I'm concerned. Right? Right?
I'm just so.
Huh? And on top of it, like we had the free trade model during the pandemic, like not that we had billions of dollars pour in from the government explicitly for people to be spending on things, and like what a fucking asshat. Like what an asshat that is. What a shitty, stupid comment. Oh.
All right.
You know, it wasn't until BLM that I realized BLM around then blacks have had it tough in this country, but we learned then that black people had a tough time. Not before that. I had no inkling before that.
Well, there just weren't any signs.
Let me know if you want to just stop anytime, genuinely.
I feel
Because this is from here out, it feels like it's going to be circle jerky.
I feel
and I'm
it's
not sure I'm going
it's
to be able to.
sunk cost. I feel like I have to. I feel like we have to finish. There's like 19 minutes left. We'll just let it run.
I'll give you special dispensation if you want to, and I genuinely, you're not, I don't. This is going to just be me every like 30 seconds going, oh God, and you pausing it, and then you going, God, and you're drinking some water.
I'm trying really. I'm trying.
I know you're trying, but it's
I'm
just,
trying really
I'm
hard.
not even sure I'm going to have much more critique beyond the stuff I've said already.
Let's give it 10. Let's give it 10.
All right.
Let's just see where it goes.
There was this realization, oh wait, like the material production matters, that there's, that there isn't some deep wisdom in trading away manufacturing capacity for just services and finance. That was revealed by the pandemic and again by the Ukraine war, which is a kind of industrial war. It's like, oh hey, we need to like be able to make rail and tanks and, munitions. Mm-hmm. And so that's one factor, and the sort of the thinness of these capillary supply chains too was revealed to be really terrifying. You can't deliver stuff because the goal of the neoliberalism is maximizing efficiency, but it's no good if you just can't get anything across these great distances. When you could, as an alternative, you could have like closer manufacturing that is nearer to us and actually is better for our workers. And so there are signs, most notably, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, gave this speech. I think now we're recording this in early August. I think it was earlier in the summer or late spring, if I'm not mistaken, in which he argued that the Washington consensus, which is a byword for neoliberalism, has been a failure at home and abroad. There are elements of the Biden administration, I would argue, that point this way. The fact that he hasn't lifted any of the tariffs against China,
sporadically just screams into the mic.
He's insistent on reshoring manufacturing, the CHIPS Act, etc. These are some signs, but the fact is that unless we demand a better way as an alternative, neoliberalism can like last a long time as the prevailing governing nationality of the West in the absence of an alternative, even if there are these little signs that I mentioned.
Here's what kills me. Tyranny Inc., Why Class Matters outline all of the ways in which you are not actually free as a laborer in the United States in present day. Fantastic book. Got no objections, because on that point, he's great. He's great. It's the everything else.
These bits of elite dissatisfaction.
No, so am I wrong? Like that'd be fine. Yeah.
It would be the general conversation he's having is unobjectionable, and that's why it works. Because people today, again, it's people getting upset when I say things like scratch a liberal, all that shit, because they don't understand I'm also talking about myself. I'm talking about when we bring people down to the individual level, when we essentialize them, when we give them a whole body and we say they are a thing, when we give them identity, when we start saying such a thing, their machine of that identity begins working. And we're nothing if not a self-justification machine. That's how we exist. And so anything that'll continue to tell me I exist and that I'm good will continue to do that. So finding a way that you can sort of launder the horrors of the world in a way that you can then say, but if you do these things, you're at least doing the right thing. And the simpler you can make that thing, the better off everyone is. This is how reactionary politics has always worked. So you can say, you see all these problems, you agree with me, these are the problems. And you end with, you just have to be a little bit more upset. And if all of us are a little bit more upset, then magic.
That was actually really elegantly put. Well done.
Thank you.
The problem is that, again, like you're using the language of reactionary, though, so it's going to be discounted immediately as, oh, you're calling the average consumer.
I'm calling everybody reactionary.
Oh, I know you are, and I get exactly the sense you're saying it, and you mean it both in the normal sense and in like a more highly specified sense.
We all have it in
nobody
us.
Gets
None of us are revolutionaries. Even Shea was not revolutionary. No one is. Martin Luther King had his reactionary side. Malcolm X. Everyone is all things. It's what we enable in ourselves to go outwards. It's what we put out into the world that more or less begins to define the world that we have. Anytime we start saying, I am this or I am that, it becomes more about soothing the wound rather than outwardly expressing the things we feel.
I mean, Italian fascist who put this really well, albeit in very different terms, is Robert Michel, where the entire thing that he's talking about, as soon as you have a party, you can have a democratic party, but it's going to be running entirely according to authoritarian principles because the existential needs of the party itself are now going to anchor everything it does. It's no longer the thing it ostensibly exists to serve or says it serves, because it has to continue to serve itself for there to be the it.
Yep. It's the nature of when you start building the system and you work within it. And it goes with Reich as well, who has my favorite line, and it's the one I've used when I've talked to people about like Anna Kasparian's takes or anything like that. The question is not why some people steal and fixing that. The actual question is why most people aren't constantly stealing. That's a much more interesting question. Because all of us, everyone here, would be pretty much wholly justified in just ransacking a very small percentage of people and taking all their shit. Now, is that the best thing in the long term? Probably not. But why are only a small number of people actually stealing? Why is more people not? Well, it's because this is how we're built. This is the world we're in. We are products of it just as it is a product of us. There's no cause and effect there. We are one and the same. We are all one and individuating ourselves sort of all the time. So when we have people screaming, you're all individuals, don't worry about it. Yes, things are broken. Just keep being that thing, but be good. Then it becomes an ethical demand upon you. It's a Calvinist Catholic statement at its base. It enables that classic Catholic guilt in the individual, for sure, which you get to have because then you're not doing enough. But hey, guilt is a good thing. It means you're a good person if you feel it. I tend not to believe in that. I tend to think if you feel guilt, either you're fucked up over something or it's something you need to fix. But that's not how it works in a lot of circles. So the more I can do that, I feel guilt, I feel bad, I need to be doing more, instead of just going outside your front door and talking to people, going to City Hall, running locally, getting involved in things, working at a soup kitchen, going where you can. The more you just are able to talk about and ideate, the more you can justify that you exist. And then you get to stay existing. And how proud are you of that? And you're a good person. That's why you're not stealing. Why would you steal? How terrible.
There's a great chapter on that actually in Aoyama. I know you're distracted at the moment, but it's near the end. It's in the Ghosts in the Ghost and the Machine where she's talking specifically about that, but specifically talking about how that factors into nature-nurture debates on early man and whatnot. There's a great section on a book by Cartmel. I can't remember the title. He describes the implications of the current image of man the killer ape for a view of ourselves as, quote, antagonists of life, unquote, and points out that it may be regarded not as an excuse for war and violence, but as a cautionary myth that may move us to guard against our own death-dealing capacities. It's good. Anyways, let's finish this nightmare.
Like, there has to be a popular demand for something else. And so, you know, that's important for populists on the right and left to keep
ultimately, here's why, like, I can't take any of this seriously after learning he supports Orban, of all people.
It is really tough. That changed a lot of my opinions.
I don't know how he writes this and supports Orban. It's.
I have to tell you that's again supporting Trump. I'm not saying is like forgivable, but it's different because America and how Trump worked and things like that. Like. Again, Zizek's take on Trump, I think, is shitty, but I don't think is unforgivable. But Orban,
we're talking about old school coercion with Orban. We're talking about literal suppression of the press and things like that. We're talking about, like, you don't need to be creative to stretch coercion to encompass what Orban does. And given that the entire first half of the book. The first half, I'm stretching because I haven't read the first half of the book. Given that the book leads with trying to sort of peel back the veil and talk about how there's actually like coercion at all levels of supposedly free economic exchange, like when individual laborers sell their labor, etc. You can't do that. Orban's like
I'm gonna I want to read a tweet from this dude.
He's like an anti-mixed racing level. Anyways, go on.
This was
Race
written
mixing,
about
not mixed racing. God, I'm
drag shows for
sludge.
kids. Just so you know, so drag shows for kids. If you can't see why children belong nowhere near drag with its currents of transvestic fetishism, we have nothing to say to each other. We are irreconcilably opposed. There's no polite David Frenchian third way around a cultural civil war. The only way is through.
Here, how about this?
That's this dude.
In a July 22nd speech, Orban criticized the miscegenation of European and non-European races, saying, quote, "We Hungarians are not a mixed race, and we do not want to become a mixed race," unquote. 2 days later in Vienna, he clarified he was talking about cultures. It's just like...
You need to read When the Pope Petrella Could Be Pizza Pie, That's Amari shit title. I've been sort of perusing it. It's
worth going over?
Actually, it's really depressing. So here's the next paragraph.
How long is it?
Because he didn't write it. It's
Yeah.
long. Don't go over it today. Just read it. That tweet and his meltdown about all this. And I'm going to read the next. Observing Amari's, because it's written by someone who knew him. Observing Amari's breakdown from afar, I felt a pang of guilt. Several years earlier, before his conversion to Catholicism, I'd brought him and 2 other straight friends to a Sunday drag brunch at a restaurant near my home in Washington, D.C. Popular with tourists, the drag brunch is a weekly gay ritual where guests, fueled by bottomless mimosas and Bloody Marys, consume generous helpings of comfort food as drag performers sing and strut around the room. The person at our table who relished the raucous affair most was, by far, Amari. Had I mistaken his apparent enjoyment that day for inner turmoil? Did I help seed it? Fuck. This is a self-hating weirdo. And that was a Sorab tweet I read a moment ago. He's a nutcase.
Can you send me that?
Yeah. This is depressing. Now it's depressing. Now it's just depressing.
Let me... Oh, so... okay. Let me just pop that on the screen here. How far down are we?
It doesn't matter. The beginning is good. It's all very good, actually. Just
Okay,
he's known him for a long time, and he was like a Marxist, atheist, leftist who, over time, became a nutcase.
The lesson of the Islamic Revolution is that rapid secularization of the kind that the Shah pursued was bound to create a backlash. I think the issue is rapid secularization. I think the issue is that he used the secret police to put down... Anyways.
I mean, America had a little bit to do with that.
The pressure.
One of the main characteristics of neoliberalism, beyond what you've sort of talked about already here, is depoliticization, right? The depoliticization of society, even politically. Because I remember earlier in the book, you cite, I think it's Elizabeth Anderson, talking about even private government, right? The idea that when we talk about something as private, it really just means that the people who are subject to its authority don't have a say in how it's...
Here it is. This is the quote. Here, let me just expand this so you can actually see it.
It's pretty awful.
So, if you can't see why children belong nowhere near drag with its currents of transvestic fetishism, we have nothing to say each other, he tweeted. We are irreconcilably opposed. There's no polite David Frenchian third way around the cultural civil war. The only way is through. Amari singled out the French for abuse because French, who before becoming a journalist had litigated cases for an ecumenical roster of clients on behalf of a conservative religious liberty group, is a prominent advocate of viewpoint-neutral access to public facilities when those facilities are opened up for public use. This is a legal principle that allows, for example, both a private organization to host a drag queen reading hour at a public library in California and a Christian church to host weekend prayer services in public buildings in New York. No family has ever been forced to send their child to a drag queen reading hour. It was the mere existence of this voluntary event some 3,000 miles away in Sacramento that whipped Amari into a frenzy. Okay. Interesting. This is demonic. To hell with liberal order. Okay.
Operated. So we have maybe a private government and private, obviously private corporations, and we're sort of subject to both authorities without much input to how they operate. And perhaps the private government is subordinate to the private corporations under neoliberalism. But in all, it's still identified largely by depoliticization. So to sort of bring things to a solution.
When he says private government, he's talking about what's her face Anderson's concept of governance that is at the level of like the government of like your employers or whatever, not government.
It requires, if I'm understanding correctly, a revitalization of the political in I guess the more traditionally understood political realm, but also sort of bringing back politicization of the workplace in the sense of folks having a say in how things are run, and bringing back equilibrium on both sides of the supply and demand of labor equation. Is that right?
No, that's right. So there's this kind of larger level of
That's leftism.
we need to have greater say over our these kind of private behemoths that.
No, I think that's being a liberal who's sort of hand waving at
It's
worker
democratic
co-ops.
ownership of the workplace,
Sure.
which is leftism.
That's
there's no one
kind
on the
of
right.
that's kind of used as
No.
a slogan though. Like everybody in online leftivism is in favor of worker co-ops. It's like a meme almost.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is he just juxtaposed neoliberalism and the right. They didn't talk about a third, the other side, the leftism, but then they literally talk about the thing that everyone on the left advocates for and act like it's this brilliant idea. It's embarrassing.
Otherwise get to dictate so much about our lives. And that just means a revival of politics. In the United States, that's mean a revival of democratic politics. You know, I'm deeply interested in the Jacksonian era, and as a sort of precursor or a foreshadow of what we face today. And specifically President Jackson's and the Jacksonians' war against the Second Bank of the United States. There was much that was misguided about how the Jacksonians fought that institution, whether they should have fought it or not. You know, it was a congressionally chartered bank, but it was a privately run company for its own benefit. And so it wielded tremendous influence over the economy, and yet ordinary people felt like they had no control over this institution. And so the Jacksonians smashed it. We can get into whether or not that was an effective move. In some ways it wasn't. It created just sort of this crisis of wildcat banking and currency destabilization. But what the Jacksonians asserted was, I think, is more important than what they failed at.
I don't know. I am completely lost at sea here. I have no idea what he's talking about. This is not my area. Is this
Short version? First off, Andrew Jackson is basically Hitler, so we'll just start with that. There's a literal campaign to remove him from the $20 bill because the Native Americans really not a super big fan, we'll say, of, you know, the massacre shit, Trail of Tears, all that fun stuff. Horrifying person. The first central bank. It was like a central bank that was semi-private, and Jackson really hated it because he didn't control it. He's a piece of shit. Like, was it doing all the good things? No, but it, like, wasn't, like, this is a big goddamn red flag, by the way. This is like, anyone who's like, I wish we could go back to the Jacksonian times. They are like 2 steps from, I am a man of the land and you do business with my corporation named Brooks, but my name is Brooks and like that, where they're 2 steps away from that.
Here we go.
Fucking wild.
Greatest part of battle centered around the Second Bank of the United States, a private corporation but virtually a government-sponsored monopoly. When Jackson appeared hostile toward it, the bank threw its power against him. Clay and Webster, who had acted as attorneys for the bank, led the fight for its recharter in Congress. The bank, Jackson told Martin Van Buren, is trying to kill me, but I will kill it. Jackson, in vetoing the recharter bill, charged the bank with undue economic privilege. Okay. When South Carolina undertook to nullify the tariff, Jackson ordered armed forces to Charleston and privately threatened to hang Calhoun. Violence seemed imminent until... he is a nutball. Apparently killed a guy in a duel.
Andrew Jackson was a horrifying human being, and basically is one of the presidents I can not even with any qualifiers, say committed genocide. Like straight up Hitler level shit.
Which what they asserted was that politics is ultimately more important than the economy. That the economy is a tool. The market is a tool. It's not this God. It's not this natural, inevitable institution to whose demands we just must bow. That we're human beings. We are political animals, and we can make political choices. And so that's what I mean in a larger sense. But in a more immediate sense, on this particular kind of condition that we find ourselves in, I think that the New Deal order or social democracy, whatever you want to call it, had the right answer in terms of at the level of the workplace, at the level of industry, the workers need to have greater power, and that there needs to be greater balance. And this is the idea of class compromise, which is central to the New Deal order and central to what I'm arguing for. And again, why I'm not a full-on socialist. I don't want to wage class war to the point of one class destroying the other, but rather, achieving a class compromise that's more balanced. And
yeah, but the class distinction is the exploitation of the one class by the other. So you actually really do, unless this is all bullshit.
It is bullshit, actually.
Touche.
I tried.
This doesn't come about.
I tried. I think I did it in as good faith as I could, but I think at this point, it's clear he knows what he's doing.
Naturally, I don't believe it's enough to have better elites or elites who are more humane. Class compromise has to come about as a result of agitation from the other side. And we have some legislation from the New Deal that's still left over. Some of it, like the Wagner Act and Fair Labor Standards Act, but some of it we need to maybe rethink. The Wagner Act, for example, does unionization at the level of each shop. So if you want to unionize your workplace, it's a corporate business, you only do your own branch. And that is exhausting for everyone, right? It's exhausting for workers. It's a battle royal every time. It wastes a lot of energy at the corporate level. Whereas if you have sectoral or regional bargaining, it's not like every worker has to be a militant. If you get a job in XYZ industry, you just are assumed to be part of that union. And once a year, management and labor and government meet and sort of set conditions and wages and so forth. But the point is that what the New Dealers did was to raise up the countervailing power of lots of groups, consumers, et cetera, but especially workers. And this isn't so much different from competition, right? Even laissez-faire types agree that government must intervene when there's a monopoly hindering competition. But here, all you're doing is government taking action to...
Some of them do.
Well, some of them do, but...
I think even Mises did.
But it's such an asinine... It's just... so here's a simple way that you can know he's full of shit. How important is this to him? It's very important. He wrote a book about it. Says it's the existential thing of our time, that cultural issues may even come second. So which of the two parties do you believe would be willing to strengthen the Wagner Act nationally so we can have regional... Is it the Republicans? Not even slightly possible in any way. But if the Democrats were able to get a clean majority, we actually have a shot at that. Actually, a good shot at that, to be frank. But he has no interest in pushing that, so he's a liar. He doesn't care about any of this shit.
Or, and you'll hate this, or he does, except there's this big layer of, but we need to get right with God, so Republicans instead, on top of it.
No. If I were to be closest to being fair, I'd say that he is happy to write this book and have it be filled with the pablum it is, because at the end, and it's the ramble I went through earlier, ultimately what he wants is to be able to put himself in an ethical place where he can say, I did what I could, but I'm still voting Republican. So he doesn't have to change his life.
Mm-hmm.
and change his way of being while still being able to experience guilt because this stuff exists, but know that he did something in his mind. This gigantic rationalization of no action.
Allow competition on the other side of the market. Here's what I mean by that. Normally competition you think of as between sellers or between buyers. Here, the competition is between...
What?
It's not. That's insane. He just doesn't understand how labor works. It's like he's never hired anyone.
Competition between sellers and between What?
Competition is between sellers and other sellers towards buyers.
I know. That's why I'm confused. Did I miss a sentence?
No, again, he doesn't understand economics.
I don't understand economics. I understand that. So I think we missed a
no.
sentence.
No?
Okay, I'm going to go back 10 seconds. I just want to make sure, okay?
Sure.
Is government taking action to allow competition on the other side of the market. Here's what I mean by that. Normally competition you think of as between sellers or between buyers. Here, the competition is between sellers of labor, that's workers, going up against buyers of labor.
He stated it funny, it's okay.
Okay.
He stated it funny, it's okay.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah.
It's fine.
Employers.
But it's still stupid.
But it's not competition, though. That's not... competition is when you have people competing for a third thing. That's not what's happening here. You have a coercive relationship in which people are being strong-armed into selling their labor for less than it's worth. That's not competition.
And their labor has, because of the nature of industry, been commoditized to the point of fungibility. So there's not actual competition. It's Brooks and Sunday competing to be the best burger flipper isn't competition. They'll pay us whoever will take the less amount of money, and I'll get the job because I will do it for meals.
But I'll do it better.
Because I'm homeless and I'm poor. You may do it better. It doesn't matter because it's a fungible, non-skilled labor. And that is the vast majority of work these days is fungibility like that. So there's no competition. It's not,
I also
McDonald's,
wouldn't do it better. You'd make a better burger easily.
That is actually accurate. But in the end, it doesn't matter. At McDonald's, we would make the same burger because it's commoditized. Our labor doesn't matter. You can't tell who's a good cook. You can only tell the shittiest ones at McDonald's.
That's fair.
That's how commodities work.
That's fair. But I wouldn't downgrade how much skill it actually takes to put together a burger properly at McDonald's.
If I taste the bread, I have no idea where the wheat came from. As a Marx, that's capital. That's the thing. Labor doesn't matter in the same way once it's been commodified and abstracted.
10 minutes
I think
left.
it's okay for government to intervene to make sure there's competition between sellers or between buyers. Then it's also okay for competition on the other side of a market. And this is just the simplest insight
Those
of
are
the New
completely
Deal
different
order,
things.
which can be revived today.
Don't pause it anymore.
Through policy, through bolstering Wagner Act or thinking of something more robust so that more workers are able to have a greater say in how we run how they run their companies and ultimately how we run our economy. It's funny because I'm often accused of being like a radical, or what have you in terms of my diagnosis. But the people who read this book, and
I mean, a little bit, he supports fucking Orban.
I think you'll agree with this, Yuda, is that I'm actually much more of a humdrum reformer than people think because I'm trying to work with this American tradition, and I just find much that's good in it actually. When I say American tradition, I don't mean this kind of airbrush version of the founding. I include the Jacksonians, and I include Williams Jennings Bryan, and I include
you just spoke positive
FDR
of the Jacksonians.
Eisenhower. This is the living American tradition is very interesting, and it has a lot more resources than we think.
I feel like the first politician to call themselves either like a New Deal Democrat or a New Deal Republican and like run for president would win instantly.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just think that well, first of all, I think you're right, although I hope it's not the false optimism of a group like us three, right? But I am made to agree that there's a real vacuum there. And so I have optimism too. But going back to what you said, Sora,
actually
about
pause it.
Sort of
I'm going to agree because I actually believe that proper leftism, when said to people, has a chance to pull everyone together. Proper leftism, the real shit is the good stuff. And I think there's a real chance for this. The reason Bernie did as well as he did. It's the reason when knocking on doors in the rural areas I did when working for Bernie's campaign. Rural areas of California. California ain't a liberal haven. LA's shit libs. Go outside of it, it's like fucking hardcore Republicans. 5 minutes of talking, they're on board. I have family in West Virginia. You talk about real socialism. Don't call it that. A real Democrat with real lefty values has a chance to win nationally in ways I don't think anyone understands. I wholly believe that.
Yeah, I mean...
So they're right on that note.
Well, the problem, though, is that he didn't, and now that's being taken as evidence that they can't into perpetuity, which de facto means they can't into perpetuity, because that's what portends the outcome. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Preserving or having the government take a role in preserving competition on both sides of that equation.
Like one of the problems with using any kind of precedent as a justification for some kind of future projection is that the precedents themselves foreclose possibilities going forward, because people don't just vote for what they believe in or what's appealing. People also vote for what they have confidence can go through.
Right.
So
I don't disagree with that, but I think, again,
like Bernie may have foreclosed future Bernies, not his fault.
I don't think that's the case. I think he foreclosed future Bernies, but Bernie was a very specific type of sort of old school, semi sort of pseudo leftist. I think there's room for more, very much more.
I'll hope you're right.
Because that's something that the neoliberal consensus, and especially on the American right faction of that neoliberal consensus, is very allergic to. You know, they pretend to a kind of laissez-faire, hands-off approach until it comes to protecting one side of that equation of the competition. And then it's very much everything is socialism. The government doing anything is Stalinist, right? XYZ. Mm-hmm. And so I think that there's room to move there, and I'm optimistic because I think that there comes a certain point where you have to just sort of put down the fountainhead and actually look at what's going on. And so I hope that the American right and the American left,
Fountainhead is the best one, though,
can come to that. And I think
it's
that
not.
It's better than Atlas Shrugged.
If those are the only two books you believe Ayn Rand read, yes, I would agree with you.
Well, which one's the good one?
She wrote a series of other
Living.
ones. No. A series of plays and smaller, shorter stories.
Anthem was good. I liked Anthem.
There was a wonderful short story she wrote. The name escapes me right now, about what love really means. And it was early in her career, but I found it to be I still think it's quite good. The story goes that it's, as she always did, poor Russians, and blah, blah, blah. But woman and man, they're deeply in love. He's in love with her, and suddenly he becomes ill, and he needs to be taken to a special clinic, and he needs rest. And so she works her ass off to get him through the clinic. He survives it after years of without her, comes back, and he's healthy. And it's wonderful, but she's worked herself to the bone. He finally gets a good job, and he's excited, and they're together again. Shortly thereafter, he meets another woman at his work, actually. He doesn't cheat on his wife, but on this other woman, but it's clear he loves this new woman. He's changed. The sickness changed him, and he's not the same person. So she sees this in him and sees that he's happy talking about this other woman, but knows he feels too indebted to her to ever leave. So she stages a scene where she's cheating on him, so that way he will leave her, go with the other woman, and live happily ever after in love. And she believes it's the best thing possible because she truly loves him. I find that to be an incredibly beautiful story.
Let me know when you remember the name.
I will.
Gene, you had some exposure to some of what he talks about with Christian Smalls, right? Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to give too many spoilers for the book, but there's a few.
Who's Christian Smalls? Do you know that name?
Yes, they're in here.
Oh, that's the right, president of Amazon Labor.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
That's the guy who,
okay. Yeah. He's in the beginning. Yep. Okay. It's coming back to me.
Cool.
Chinese guy.
few times in the book where you do this like
Yeah.
funny bait and switch thing where you did it in your stupid
There we
little
go.
speech as well. And
Oh, hey, Eudaimonia.
there was one part in your speech and in your book where you're talking about China.
We already
and
made our comments on this.
Eudaimonia, do you want to come on and say hi before we close off? Brooks, you don't need to be here if you don't want to be, but you're welcome.
I don't mind. I'd almost rather than finish this because that's another 10 minutes. I'm not sure I'll get back.
Eudaimonia, if you want to pop on before we close off, you can save us some time.
you're like, oh, look at those terrible things, what they do to their workers. And I'm listening to you say this, and I'm reading it too. And I'm like, wait, this sounds like really familiar. And it's like, LOL, just kidding. This was actually America, and this was Christian Smalls. And I actually have seen Christian Smalls speak twice. Once I was at a healthcare march in New York City, and the other time I went to the Staten Island Amazon workhouse, like the warehouse. And I saw him speak there. And I got a picture with him and everything, and it was actually much easier to get a picture with AOC than it was with Christian Smalls because like nobody was
Oh, you're at a priest ordination right now. No worries. Well, come on another time.
coming up to AOC for some reason. But everyone was like so excited about Christian Smalls. There was like a lot of good energy there.
I don't think anyone's... I see weird people complaining about him softballing him. I don't think the issue is with anybody
No, I don't think
softballing.
we haven't said anything about that at all.
No, not us. Like, I don't think Eudaimonia is softballing
No, I think you're having a
anybody.
lovely conversation over the whole thing.
But yeah, I liked that bait and switch. You also did it where you're like, oh, and then Mark said this about class. LOL, just kidding. That was actually Pope Leo the 13th. And I think that's a really good way to kind of hook people in, like, I guess on the right, like the more libertarian right, kind of hook them in and like make them listen, because some of them just won't listen to any criticism against American corporations because that's socialism, you know, that's communism. So I thought that was really interesting and a really good tactic.
Yeah, I mean,
What's the context of that again? I didn't read that far. You probably have.
Which thing?
The Pope quote.
No, it did over and over. It did sound like Mark said this. No, that was Grover Cleveland was another one where it's just the same thing where it's like, hey, look, here's this quote about workers being empowered, and then it's like not the person. It's like, yeah, because this shit has been said by, you know, thousands upon thousands of people. Like, you could take fucking verses from the goddamn Bible and do the same thing and say, look at what Mark said, and it's like, no.
It's fine. It's fine. Like, again, I think we agree. That's one of the slim merits of the book, is that it does make that kind of overture a bit.
so yeah, I mean, this is again a cause dear to my heart, but I get so frustrated because I'm like, if you actually read the tradition that you claim to revere, you know, here I'm talking about specifically Catholics. There's a kind of Catholic
You won't support Viktor Orban.
who is, you know, super conservative when it comes to, you know, cultural issues and their liturgical preferences. You know, the Tridentine Mass was already too reformed for them, or what have you. But then when it comes to like political economy, they're Barry Goldwater or Ayn Randians, and it's like, well, look at what the popes say. It's not that the popes recognized in the 19th century that there is class antagonism, and that it typically goes in one direction. In other words, it's one side of that antagonism that bears the brunt of it. They recognize this, but if I quote it and I say this marks, you know, you'll shake your head. But what do you make of it if I tell you that's actually Pope Leo the 13th who said that? And another, I mean, it's like I'm now getting into this next project that has to do with 19th century America. And again, you read the Jacksonians, you know, you read Roger Taney, you read Amos Kendall. These are 19th century.
I'm finishing up here.
All right. You have a good night, Brooks.
I can't. The rest of this is, the critique doesn't change, and it ends up just being what it is. So, thank you for having me, though. I hope it was lovely. I'm going to play some Minecraft with my son, who's playing his first couple rounds.
Oh, nice.
So he's learning to play, right, Dexy?
Yeah.
That's weird. I think when I first heard your voice, we weren't even person-shaped. You were below the camera.
Bedroom with dirt.
Okay.
All right. See you, Brooks. Have a good night.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, let's finish this up.
Populist figures, and if I don't tell you it's who the speaker is, and I read you the quote about class oppression, you would say it's Lenin who said that. So,
well, it's almost like the book though, because like if I didn't tell these leftists who responded to me on Instagram like, oh, it's another conservative talking about blah 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 blah, I don't want to read it, like pass. If I didn't tell them this was written by a conservative, just give it to them. They would just think it's a really good book. Like, but it challenges, you really challenge people's biases.
You had a really good tweet, Sorab. I retweet it. I unretweet it and retweet it every so often. And I don't have it pulled up, but it's basically neoliberalism turns what other
Defend democracy against politics as such, against genuine systemic alternatives. Defend democracy against politics as such, against genuine systemic alternatives, is the trap the system uses to turn interesting leftists into boring, tame neoliberal butlers. Okay. I'm regretful that Brooks left off before he saw this one. Okay.
otherwise might be interesting leftists into neoliberal butlers or something like that. I think that's my favorite tweet of all time, or my favorite post, I guess.
It's a great tweet, but it applies to the book, because that's the issue with the book, is it doesn't actually advocate for any kind of systemic change. And in fact, in this very conversation, he's insisted on the maintenance of different classes. However, since the classes are based upon exploitation, what you are essentially advocating for is the perpetuation of that exploitation. You just want the weaker class to be big mad about it. But that doesn't...
Seen it happen firsthand with many friends of mine. So.
Well, and that's sort of what I was. You take these online leftists, especially, and they are sort of there was a time where a lot of these folks online and outside of the internet on the left had interesting and productive critiques of our system. I don't know what happened after 2020. I don't know if it was Trump. I don't know what broke their brains, but a lot of them, both online and in real life, have become these ardent defenders of the neoliberal order. They are neoliberal butlers, and so...
Well, no, they're pretty much avowed neoliberals. It depends on who he means by the left. One of the things that's really frustrating to me recently is you've got dipshits like Destiny who are actually allowing themselves to be called leftists, or they're outright calling themselves leftists. And they're not. They are neoliberal butlers, but they're also forthcoming about this in other arenas. They just don't care about being labeled correctly. So it's like... The leftists' brains didn't break. You're just not looking at leftists. You're looking at people who are trying to steal the niche opposite the right for the heightened stature that it gives them as the opposition.
And yeah, your tweet, I think it's like a year and a half old now. But to see that happen in real time, it's this opposition to, like, I think your tweet said politics or defense of democracy or something. They sort of cloud their neoliberal butler status in this hollow defense of democracy. But what they really do is they are the ones who subvert it by defending this system that is completely unpolitical. It's completely depoliticized because it has to be, because the market functions control everything. So I just think that's a really interesting way that neoliberalism, I guess, insidiously convinces people, these otherwise interesting leftists, that they are defending.
So here's what frustrates me. Like we were talking earlier about solutions, and they mentioned worker ownership and worker investment and ownership of companies, of their places of employment. And that's the worker co-op model that Vosh endorses. Like, you people know this guy. Like, that's not even a particularly radical leftist position, and not even in these spaces.
democratic systems, when in reality they're actually doing the exact opposite. So I thought I was thinking about that tweet the whole time I was reading the neoliberalism chapter.
Yeah, I mean, and so when you hear of the defense of democracy, often recently it's been that kind of rhetoric where it's, well, there's XYZ person advocating this and that in the democratic public square, that should be suppressed using the combined power of Silicon Valley and other corporations and the security apparatus. That should give people on the left, that should make their hair stand on end, because yes, right now that's being used against so-and-so populist right-winger you don't like. Tomorrow, that same mechanism could be used against a left populist. In fact, it has been. It has been for a long time. And so that the short-sightedness of saying, well, like, Google is suppressing my enemy, therefore it's okay. Look, what do you say in response to that? You say in response to that is that these platforms are too important. They should be treated like common carriers.
Yeah.
I always say that these people, like, they can't see past next Thursday, right? They like that, oh, my enemies are being suppressed. Like, oh, this is a good thing. But I've been saying for years, like, okay, but then, we have an election like every 4 years, first of all. So why do you pretend like everything will be totally fine and going your way for the whole time? Like, they can't.
There's a point here, but there's also a counterpoint. And that's that when you actually dig into the recent history of abuses by overbearing leftists in positions of authority, what you typically find, with some exceptions, although I may just have not investigated those ones thoroughly enough, the overwhelming majority that I have seen, I'll say that with confidence, have been cases where the coercion has been either fabricated whole cloth because they found one overbearing individual with no power acting loudly and have used that to characterize actual institutional authorities that do have power, but that actually came on the side of the right or somebody else. So, like a great example is Weinstein at Evergreen, who has been mythologized as being a professor who was kicked out of his university job by his university administration, which caved to violent SJW activists. But what actually happened was he violently inserted himself into activist efforts against the use of police to terrorize black students, and went outside of the university to publicize himself as being the principal target of their activism. They actually didn't really give a shit about him for the most part, except when he was castigating a day of absence thing and offered to give a lecture on race from an evolutionary lens, racial inequality from an evolutionary lens, if I remember correctly, which I probably don't need to explain why people took a little bit of issue with that from a professor while they're protesting brutality against a black student in particular. For those who are confused as to what the brutality was, there was an altercation, a verbal altercation in the lunchroom between a black student and a white student. The white student bitched to the administration. The administration had him and a roommate escorted from their dorms in the middle of the night. They spent the night in the police station, is my understanding. Weinstein was, his job was protected by the administration. They actually went out of their way to say his job is not under threat. We are not going to even entertain the idea of removing this person from his position, despite these statements, He left as part of a settlement that he pursued, in which a condition of him taking a very large sum of money, him and his wife, was that he not hold on to his position afterwards, which makes sense given the fact that he was depriving the university of a tremendous sum of money which had protected him up until that point. He had institutional protection and authority over the students who were protesting on their behalf, as well as the staff members who had organized the day of absence, who were then harassed and persecuted and also had to leave their positions, but they didn't get a payout. Or how about people like Peter Boghossian, He's been going around talking about how he's been censored and kicked out of places and whatnot, but he never was. He left by himself to do a media tour. I have a whole playlist of this on the channel. You can take a look at it. It was in preparation for the debate with Destiny on whether or not there's a progressive orthodoxy in universities squeezing people out for not towing the progressive line. We received a long list of about 11 cases the entirety of DGG could come up with. We went through each of them in good faith over the course of many hours. We looked through every single associated document. None of them met the description. The vast majority of them didn't actually involve anybody losing their position. The ones where people did lose their positions, they did so willingly. It was comical. The point is, yeah, it's true. If you provide a precedent of breaking the rules and being underhanded and overbearing, then when the other side gets into power, they're not going to have any compunctions about doing the same thing back to you. The problem, though, is that if they have no compunctions doing that, they also have no compunctions about making up or buying into a lie about you doing that to begin with. The moral of the story is not break the rules and cheat, lie, and steal. The moral of the story is this is a complete non sequitur that doesn't actually bear on anything. The problem simply can't be addressed at this level. If you're willing to lie, you're willing to lie about the other side lying to post hoc justify you lying more openly afterwards, and that's precisely what's happened. And it's kind of obvious when you think about it for 5 seconds. All the examples of leftists controlling everything were people physically on the ground screeching like banshees on university campuses at protests, at meetings, Those are not people with power. You don't have to do that when you have power. Those are people who are acting out in a very stupid way because they feel empowered by the existence of some kind of common movement or whatever, and they're giving vent either to frustrations or to feelings of powerlessness that are ingrained in them earlier on. These are signs of insecurity. Power is when you just have to tell somebody, pass over that candidate, hire this one instead, and so the person doesn't get the chair and never gets any influence in the university. That's power. Power is you're a donor to a university board. Some guy who works at the university is criticizing you for what your company's doing or for your investments or whatever, and you can have them removed. That's power. So the idea that the situation we're in is one conditioned by people reciprocally playing outside the rules is simply not true. Thank you, Rix. I appreciate that.
See into the future where these things they're cheering on will be used against them, like you said. And I was saying that about Twitter for years, like in videos in like 2020.
So the problem with this is not that she's wrong, because of course that's possible. The problem is that it's irrelevant, because they don't require the precedent to break the rules. The reason why the left exists is because they've been breaking the rules for a very long time. The rules don't matter. We are not starting from a perfect fair game of Monopoly where you get $200 every time or is it $20? However much you get when you pass go. And then lefties got uppity and demanded a little bit extra. And so the right demanded a little bit extra, but then it was a little bit too much. Bad analogy, but you get what I'm saying.
Like, oh, you're like celebrating these people being suppressed, but who knows where big tech is going in the future, and now Elon Musk owns it, so like
here's your hint though. Elon Musk was simply able to buy Twitter. So like think about that for a second. Be careful, because you don't know which billionaire will simply buy the public square from you. At that point, you playing nice to offset the vengeance of the other side, that's not a factor. What's highlighted there is that the other side ain't the weird righties. It's the guy who's able to buy Twitter. That's the threat.
Never know it. It's so we need like the freedom of speech online and to break up, big tech monopolies and stuff like that, and they just they don't care because at the moment it
Because that's why the righties exist, because it's funded by that. That's why there is a mountain of very highly produced right-wing content targeting every single level of society. Everyone. You look at like leftist audio as a meme. Leftists generally, unless they manage to become individually successful, basically have very little in the way of external sources of support financially. And when they do, it's nowhere near the scale of what the right gets. It's insane. It's insane. You're talking about unimaginable amounts of money that get funneled into this. It's crazy.
benefits them, and it's a little frustrating to see that.
You talk about the Citizens United case, which in the majority found that corporations have the free speech and can spend the unlimited money on political campaigns. And there's a line that you quote: "Whether the speaker is a homeless woman or Exxon, speech is speech, just as capital is capital." But of course, Exxon is not a homeless woman. And that's really just the only retort that I think is necessary at this point. Is we've been operating under this fiction that Exxon is no different than a homeless woman. But if you actually just put down the books and open your eyes, you can actually determine that Exxon and a homeless woman are not the same.
And a decent political order would take cognizance of that, and there's all sorts of things that follow from taking cognizance of that difference, rather than treating, speech, access, fairness, etc., as these purely kind of marketized concepts.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to have any sort of closing remark for folks who might be interested? Or
I'd love to just briefly say that this is, as she mentioned already, so I apologize for just repeating what she said, but this is not a tirade against woke capital. It's actually just a tirade against the workings of unhindered capital as such, regardless of what kind of ideology or ideological garb it puts on.
Absolutely.
So here's the problem. Sure, I'll buy that. But you need to close the circle, and he ends up going there, because you can't criticize capital, but then protect the exploitation that allows for the accrual of capital over here, instead of more fairly over here as well. Because that's precisely what is going on. You're talking about, and he lays this out beautifully early on in the book. You're talking about a situation where you have people who have to accept less because they can't survive the consequences of refusing terms. So that being the case, that being the basis of the overwhelming capital of this class, you can't maintain, and that overwhelming capital being the identifying feature of this class, the thing that gives it its existence, you can't maintain the classes in some kind of kumbaya relationship with each other and still sustain that you're criticizing capital. You're not. You're paying lip service to criticizing capital. You're identifying the problem and then dogmatically refusing to address its source. So I think I disagree with Brooks a little bit, just because I'm a little bit more optimistic that this represents sort of a crack in the facade. But in terms of like the use of the book itself, like the use of the theory itself, taken to the conclusions that the author takes it to, not to like the actual conclusions of his logic, it undermines its own thesis. Like it denies its own thesis in a pretty radical way. That being said, I do think interjecting those issues into the discourse potentially opens up a gap. But what do I know? It's I've read worse. I'll say that. Like it's worth reading. With a hefty tablespoon of salt. I think the books Brooks recommended are probably going to be worth a lot more of your time. Anywho, we're at 5:50. Sorry, we're at 4:50, 4 hours and 50 minutes in. I'm going to call it here. I'm actually kind of surprised that I lasted this long. Post-COVID is kicking my ass. But, where am I going to send you all? Let's see. Someone mentioned Riverboat Jack. I don't know if I have permissions to send a Riverboat Jack, but if I do... Riverboat Jack isn't streaming. By the way, guys, we've actually had, due to that stupid any confrontation, we've actually had a lot of our rating permissions taken away, which means that these idiots are actually sabotaging, are actually removing the ability of other channels to take your viewership. So, if you go to Vosh, or if you go to Xanderhall or whoever, complain about it, because I want to be able to send you guys to these channels after stream, and I can't because of internet jannies. So, that's not cool. That's really not cool. Young Turks are live. How about... Psycho live? Psycho rules? Nope. How about Lucy? Oh, wait. Why can't I send to Aiko? Hang on. Let me check something. What if I just put the link in here? Oh, weird. Hang on. Let's get permission. Aiko, give me redirect permissions. Okay. This is ridiculous. Stardust live. Go say hi to Stardust. Maybe she's gotten better. I don't know. Go complain to your favorite streamers that I can't send you guys there afterwards. It's really bloody annoying. Have a good night, everyone.